Hello, good morning. This is the day the Lord has made. We'll rejoice and be glad in it. It's a Monday morning. We're excited to come your way with Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Jude Duncan. I hope you are doing well yourself. This show is live and interactive. We'd love to hear from you on everything that we'll be discussing on the show today. It's a packed show, right, from where we remind you of some of the things that have been happening over the weekend up onto the big news headline stories, and the panel discussion that will ensue would really love to hear from you on the show today. We want to say a big thank you, a big thank you to all of our lovely, viewers, listeners, supporters out there, our friends out there. We made a call and you responded in the national interest. You came in your numbers. It was mind-blowing. It was unbelievable. The level of enthusiasm, the support, the friendship, you showcased yesterday and on Saturday at the Back to Your Village Food Festival. It was a huge success. Tens of thousands of people, and it was really amazing seeing everyone together, celebrating all the lovely things that binds us together, uniquely, and also makes us very proudly Ghanaian. And I'm referring to the Back to Your Village Food Festival. Lots of foods were on display. You made the vendors also very happy. And on that note, we want to say a big thank you to you, our lovely viewers out there. If you missed any of the exciting moments, of course, you can log on to our YouTube channel on, Channel 1 TV on YouTube. All the videos are there. All of the exciting things that transpired yesterday on Saturday also there. I want to say a big thank you to the politicians, right? Sometimes you need them. You can't really do away without them. They were there to also support. I'm referring to the Fisheries Minister, Madam Emilia Arthur, the Deputy Local Government Minister, Rita now Dole Sowa, and I think the Tourism Minister as well, Jifa Blagomashi, for their support and their endorsement. It meant a lot to us, and we are grateful that everything went as planned and successful. Of course, we are grateful to God Almighty for the gift of life and of strength and energy. It rained, but it still showed us a lot of grace in making sure that this was a huge success. We also want to remind you the Easter Orphan Project is ongoing, right? Ongoing in the sense that we are still receiving all of your gifts, whether cash, whether items. We want to put everything together. So on the Easter Monday, which is the 6th of April, we can also showcase that love. We believe strongly that Easter is a time for reflection. It's a time for love, right? The ultimate sacrifice was paid, as Christians believe, and it is our duty to also showcase that kind of exemplary love. And we do so by looking out for the less privileged in society, orphans to be specific. In times past, we visited areas like, rehabilitation centers and different orphanages, and we are only able to do that through your benevolence, right? When like we always do, when we ask, you respond with a lot of enthusiasm and love, and we are looking forward to making sure that this year would also be a huge success. It would only be if you chip in that little support. When you bring in, I bring in, everybody else is bringing in. It's big, and we are able to make a big difference as it should be. So thank you for, again, also heeding to that call. If you've not yet donated, you can do so via the numbers that will be putting on the screen pretty shortly. Again, it's important to remind you, a lot of people are asking, I missed this year at the Back to Your Village. I missed that event that happened. I missed the speech the minister gave. I missed the Jama session Kwampa did. We have a place where we've perfectly curated all of these for you. And I'm referring to the Channel 1 News app. All you need to do is to go to your Google Play Store, the App Store, search Channel 1 News app. It will pop up with a very beautiful and bright logo. The logo you really can't miss, right? Then after that, you click on the install button, and after some few minutes, right, if you use a good internet service provider, you should be fine. After some few seconds, in some instances, it will install on your phone, and all you need to do is just click for your big news stories, your exciting video content, updates on all of the exciting programs we do here, and everything really that is trending and that is worth your while. We've got it covered. Of course, we are still in our Heritage Month series right here at Channel 1 TV and City FM. A few days more, and we'll bring what has been an unbelievable and a breathtaking celebration of our culture and heritage to an end. And I want to use this opportunity, as sitting host of the show today, to say a big thank you to the University of Ghana School of Performing Arts. Unbelievable, the kind of production we saw, singing, playing instruments, just pure celebration of everything that makes us unique and proud as Ghanaians. And I want to say a big thank you to the head of departments, the students, and everybody. And if you are missing out on this particular production I'm referring to, jump on to our YouTube channel, via the Channel One News app again. Everything is connected now. And just see for yourself the exquisite work done by the University of Ghana School of Performing Arts. And of course, all through the month, we've been bringing you exciting conversation on our food, on our music, ourselves, right? Where we are coming from, where we are headed to. As it is often said, those who don't know the history or who don't know the occurrences of the past are very bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. We don't want to repeat those mistakes, right? We are forward-looking, and we believe that in telling our stories, we remind ourselves of everything that we need to do to get to the level we want to get to as Ghanaians. So please, let's join in. If you miss out the conversations, again, it's on YouTube. Just do well to download, the Channel One News app, go on YouTube, search the content, Heritage Month, and you'll be good to go. Frema, Apioko, Bernard had exciting conversations with different kinds of people, and it's really, 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 really amazing. We want to thank our sponsors, right, who've made this happen for us. Of course, the GCB Bank, GTP Lifestyle. We also have Bethel Dental, the smile that starts here. Amazing sponsors making it really happen for us. We are grateful, as always, for helping us pull through this. Finally, let me just remind you that the push for local rice is still on. We believe this strongly and with everything within us, that Ghana rice is of high quality, that Ghana rice can compete favorably with every rice brand in the world. So eat fresh, eat Ghana, build the future, fresh from our farms to your plate. And this is in partnership with Agri Impact Limited, the MasterCard Foundation, the 24-hour economy, and accelerated export development. See, I don't want to belabor the point, but it still remains the fact that when you buy local rice, you are creating jobs here, you are keeping the money here, which also helps in growing our economy, right? In times past, we've said, and the experts have made us to understand, that we are too import dependent, right? We depend on everything being brought into the country. How about now we also leading the export charge? We have the capacity, we have the potential, right? All we need to do is that nationalistic buy-in, where we say, okay, this is the direction we are going to as a people. Let's prioritize Ghana rice. And the truth is that it actually even tastes better, right? So what are we holding back for? So please, let's do well to be a part of this change. It's a movement. It's a national interest movement. I call it a patriotic duty to buy Ghana rice, eat Ghana rice, and tell a friend or a family member about Ghana rice. Finally, what I want to do very quickly before I jump into the big headline stories is also to remind you that the Blanksons TV production, or Channel One TV productions, titled The Blanksons, premieres this Thursday, 2nd April 2026 at 7:30 p.m. All you need to do, tune into Channel One TV. It's exciting, it's fun, it's so nice to watch. I've seen some excerpts already, the behind the scenes production. Of course, you can even log on to their TikTok channel, the Blanksons, and see for yourself, a sneak preview, a sneak peek rather into this exciting TV production. A lot of work went into it, and it will be definitely worth your while. So you know what to do when it comes to, or this coming Thursday, 2nd April, just before we enter Good Friday. Oh, Charlie. All right, guys. Finally, a big thank you to our sponsors of the Back to Your Village Food Festival. A big shout outs to our sponsors of Back to Your Village Food Festival. I want to say a big thank you to the EMPA. Want to say a big thank you to Gino. Want to say a big thank you to Everpack, as well as EcoBank, right, for coming on board and making this a huge success, right? Personally, it was mind-blowing seeing that many people, seeing that many vendors converge at a single location, It was unbelievable, and we are grateful to God and, of course, to you, our lovely viewers. But to our sponsors, those I've just mentioned, for their support and for their partnership in making this very possible. MPA said they'll be coming back to bring more value, in subsequent editions, and I'm really, really looking forward to that as well. Finally, we want to remind you that in the month of April, we here at Channel 1 TV, a strong part of what we do is faith. We believe strongly in faith. We believe strongly that prayer changes things, right? And we are committing to that on radio, and we call it the Seasons of Prayer on City FM every dawn, right? So there's a midnight cry at 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., 1 hour of intense prayer for family, for everything that concerns us, right? And of course, you have the This Is Your Day, which is a Christian-centered prayer program in the morning, right? Which encourages, which motivates, which gives us the undivided word of God and encourages us to build our faith, right? And it happens every 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. on City FM. Then, of course, at 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. in the afternoon, we have the prayer encounter. So this is what we are doing for the month of April. We call it the Seasons of Prayer on City FM, and it's starting from the 1st to the 30th of April 2026. And the good thing is that if for some reason you don't have your radio by you when any of these prayer sessions is ongoing, you can tune into Facebook Live. We'll be streaming everything that will be happening in the studio on Facebook for you. So let's join hands, let's pray, let's commit ourselves to God's ways. Let's pray against everything that holds us back and draws us back, and let's trust God that, His word says that He has plans for us, right? Plans to give us hope and an expected end. So let's join hands in trusting God for this expected end. This is the word of the Lord this morning. All right, it's now time to delve into the big headline stories. Quite a number of papers, and a lot has happened, right, in the past couple of days. Not sure about the positives, or maybe to an extent a few positives. Of course, the president and the African Union, were the UN, and they argued against the effects of slave trade and colonialism, and sent a motion requesting that colonialism and slave trade be regarded as the gravest crime against humanity. Now, guess what? That motion succeeded, and 123 countries voted in favor of the motion. 3 abstained: Argentina, Israel, and the United States. And of course, the EU abstained from the vote, which many have said in itself is a form of vote, right? Of course, moving away from the successes chalked at the UN, there was a football match. Not many people want to talk about it, but clearly exposed the Black Stars' weaknesses ahead of the World Cup, with many calling for the resignation of the coach, and of course, many calling for, answers from the football administration and even the playing body itself, right? And a lot of people are not happy with the current setup of the team. And this today, later in the day at around 6 p.m., we have a game with Germany as well. And a lot of people are looking forward to a much improved performance from the Black Stars. That also got a lot of people talking. Issues around single sourcing, government contracts, the big push became very topical. The legal education bill, the new legal education bill, also very topical, right? The Makola monopoly squashed. Now, what means is that some faculties will have the opportunity to offer the professional course. What does it mean for legal education in Ghana? Do we have the capacity? All of that became very topical this week. And unfortunately, yesterday in the afternoon, a building collapsed in Newtown, brought tears to some families. And we want to say our commiserations to the bereaved family who lost their loved ones yesterday in that unfortunate incident. Of course, it brings to question concerns around Ghana's built environment. It brings to question regulation of even church activities, right? Was it a sanctioned place for church and all of that? Rescue efforts are still ongoing. We don't want to, remind the bereaved family of their pain. Our commiserations to them again, but we'll be interrogating the issues as we always do right here on Breakfast Daily. The Daily Guide newspaper is reporting big front page story: 73 billion sole-sourced road contracts under fire. Story on page 3 comes with a photograph of the Roads and Highways Minister Kwame Govern's Agboja. Moving on to some other stories. Sunday floods displace Accra residents. Story on page 6. Moving on. Over 30 trapped in Newtown building collapse. As seen at the collapsed building. There's a photograph of that particular building. Some other stories. Quicken Bogoso Prestia Mine redevelopment chiefs are calling. And the 2028 flag bearer of the new patriotic party, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is in the news as he says Africa's AI policy must be borderless. And that's coming in from Dr. Bawumia. Moving on to some other stories, the Chronicle newspaper is reporting gold for reserves probe will be pursued in the future. Kojo Opon Nkrumah, who is a member of parliament for Ofuasi Ayubi and chair of Parliament's Economic and Development Committee, speaking there. Catholic bishops rally behind Mahama. To some other stories, Africa can't afford to miss out on the AI revolution. That's from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And Dr. Ikea Mwakun, who is a deputy spokesperson for Dr. Bawumia, says no bed syndrome is a direct result of the destruction of the LHIMS. And the scripture, as always, they have for us this morning, Luke 8:7. It says, for nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, nor anything concealed that will not be known or brought out in the open. I read it again. For nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, nor anything concealed that will not be known or brought into the open. I'll bring you the Herald newspaper before I delve into other very pressing concerns. Big story here. Attorney General in Yoko under pressure to catch criminals behind the 68.7 billion dubious claims as Finance Minister blocks leakages after audit irregularities. And moving on to some other story, Roads Minister rubbishes inflated contracts accusation by Fourth Estate. Sam Jonah raises alarm over political capture of insurance industry. Oliver Bakavomawo in the news as he alleges severe breaches in Abutrika case, reviews an amount involved as $13,000 and not 8 million Ghana cedis. Also on the front page of the Herald newspaper, recurring floods hit Accra after overnight downpour. And at this point, we take you to Newtown in the Ayawaso Central constituency, where a building collapse, has brought a lot of pain, resentment, anger, to families who have lost their loved ones. We are so far being told 3 persons have been confirmed dead, with over 30 persons trapped. Quite a number of people have been successfully, recovered from the rubble. But clearly, rescue efforts are still ongoing. My colleague in the Channel 1 newsroom, Samuel Akom, is currently stationed at the particular site and will be bringing us updates on this story. Hello, Samuel. Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Hello, Jude. Good morning to you as well.
What is the current state at the at the Newtown Experimental Basic School?
All right, Jude. So I am currently speaking to you live from the experimental school here within Accra Newtown. And as reports have confirmed, yesterday between the hours of 5 p.m. until date, a building here at the experimental school collapsed 2 to 3 story building, and that is the debris and structure you can see behind me. And the current situation is that officials are on grounds ensuring that no individual is trapped behind. Talking about individuals trapped behind, we do know, according to confirmed report, that as at the time the building collapsed, there was a church service ongoing in the building. And so 20 of those individuals were successfully rescued and sent to several hospital facilities in a bid to ensure that they get the attention needed. But unfortunately, three of them, according to report, have perished. And so the current report is that officials are here still on grounds trying to assess the situation and also find out how they can clear all of these debris that occurred due to the collapse of the building. Now, in terms of the security officials here, we have seen the Ghana Police Service. We have also seen the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, right here. And of course, we've seen the Ghana Army also present here. And of course, the Ghana Army are here in their numbers as well, and Ghana Police Service officials too. And if you can see on my extreme left, there is a situation room that has been mounted to assess the situation and find a way forward. If you can see my extreme right, where what you see in your shot now, you see NADMO officials together with the Ghana Police Service, together with the Ghana Army, having meetings upon meetings, and then come out to brief the media on what the way forward is. But if we come to the structure itself, you can see a total collapse, and all what you see now is what is left behind. And you can see that there were some trees around, and due to the collapse, those trees have also gone down with it. And you can see iron rods and the rest of the structures in that. So that is the current situation, and officials are yet to speak to us today for the confirmed, but we do know that some officials have already been here and have given account of what has been happening, and it is true that we got the confirmed number of 3 people dead and 20 people being rescued. But for this morning, they are holding their brief meetings, and after that, they will also brief the media on what the situation is, the way forward, and how they are going to clear the debris and all the structures left here. And it's after that government officials will then provide updates on what is going to happen to this particular space, because we do know that the building belonged to the experimental DA school here within the Accra New Town. Yes. Because of the situation and how the security situation is, the whole place has been cordoned off. We would have spoken to some residents, but they've cordoned the entire area off, and so you can't find residents within here, only individuals. Right.
Yes. Samo, if you can hear me, the Daily Guide this morning is reporting that over 30 were trapped in the New Town building collapse. Listening to you give us updates, you tell us that 20 of them have been rescued. Unfortunately, 3 of them passed. May their soul rest in peace. Do we know whether there are still people trapped in the rubble?
So, as I indicated, for this morning, officials are yet to brief us. But then we had engagement with some resident. I'll be hopefully speaking to that resident shortly. But he confirmed to us that with what they saw, they think that probably some individuals may still be trapped in there, because it was a church service. He says he was there as at the time the incident was happening, and he's going to share some videos with us on how the building was coming down and the debris was all over the place. But as I indicated, the confirmed figures by the officials is what I have given you. But when we do speak to the authorities and then they confirm the numbers, we will give that to you. But let me speak to the resident who was okay, this is a NADMO officials right here on grounds as well. Let me engage him briefly to tell us more. Hello, sir. Good morning. You are live on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television. So tell us, since yesterday till today, for you, what has been your assessment of the situation?
Okay, good morning once again. We are here.
Please confirm your name for us.
Okay, I'm Mohammed Awal. I'm the NADMO director for the constituency. Actually, I think yesterday we had a distress call about the collapse of the building. So we have to rush in with our men. But even before we got here, as usual, the volunteers, which is the area guys, were all here to assist in rescuing those who have been trapped in the debris. So since yesterday, we were trying to rescue. So as of now, with the help of the military, the fire service, and the other security service, we were able to rescue most of the trapped people in there. So currently they are at the hospital for treatment, and we're also here trying to check if there are still casualties in there. So currently, that's what we are doing here now.
So with your assessment, before the building collapsed, did you receive any report of the structural integrity of the building before it collapsed? What was your assessment prior to its collapse? And were you surprised it collapsed?
Okay, honestly, with my outfit, we've not received any assessment report from the building, actually, yes.
Some also have indicated that it was a church service, and so with the numbers, they fear that maybe the numbers may be more than what we've heard so far. Are you also afraid that maybe some persons will still be trapped in there?
Okay, initially, that was all that we also having. That was the mindset that we had. But later, when the military got here with their sniffer dogs, they went in there, spent about 20 minutes, and later we realized that no, there are no people trapped in there.
So as of now, what numbers can you confirm for us? Do you have it off here?
Okay, what I have off here, I think we are having 19 currently which are alive, taking treatment at the hospital, various hospitals. 3 confirmed dead, yeah.
3 confirmed dead. So for you, this morning you are here, I've seen security officials all on grounds and all. What is the next line of action?
Okay, the next line of action is for us to make sure we get the place clean, collect all the debris here, then we can take it up from there. From the authorities, whatever directive they are going to give for us to maintain the place, because since you can see there's still school building over there, and as of now, the kids will still be resuming. Once they resume, we need to sack them up. Other than that, it will be difficult for them to even come and stay in there and learn as well. So
we do know that every life indeed matters, and so this situation happening, can it be a blueprint so that probably as part of your work you can find a way to assess the structural integrity of buildings so that even before they do collapse, we can evacuate people and all, to have conversations around that?
Yeah, exactly too. Yeah, as you are saying, yeah, it has to serve as a blueprint for all of us. Yeah, so even from today, we are going to make sure the necessary measures that are supposed to be taken for someone to acquire a permit before, and also the supervision of that building, we have to be ensured. I think there's no two ways about that, yes.
Behind this structure, you see there's another structure there. Will you also have an assessment of the rest of the structures? Probably they were built within the same period.
Oh, exactly, they've been given, how do you call it?
Permit?
The permit to work on. So definitely we can't say because there is a collab building here, we are going to, but definitely we still have to go in there because kids will still come in there, come and learn over there. And now how to psych them up to even come and accommodate themselves there will by all means become a problem. So we are still working on that. So once they resume, we'll have to come and get the expertise to come and psych them up to continue learning over there. Thank you.
And then hopefully the victims who are at the hospital, you're going to keep an eye on them.
Exactly. We are going to keep an eye on them. And we'll be visiting them this morning probably to see how they are faring. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. Confirm your name and your role for us.
I'm Mohammed Awal, the NADMO Director for the constituency.
Okay, thank you. That was Mohammed Awal, NADMO Director for the constituency, where this sad and unfortunate incident happened. And he has given details of what has been happening. And he has said that according to his official figures, 19 people are receiving treatment and 3 persons have been confirmed dead. But let me also move to a resident here who was on grounds when the incident happened. Of course, I wouldn't be able to tell all the story alone. We need eyewitnesses. And so I have with me a gentleman here. What's your name, sir?
Gabriel Aite.
Gabriel Aite. So I am told that you were here when the unfortunate incident happened.
No, I was not here, but I was house where the thing happened.
So you rushed here?
Rushed here. Well, by the time where I come, I don't have any this thing on me. So me, I'm a carpenter, so I rush, go house, go bring my hammer and my pin bar so that we feel command the roofing for the distinct so that people will lay there down, we feel command. So after that, we try our best, we command the roofing and the things, we chisel the concrete and the things, we command the people will lay there down and the things. So far, through the thing we happy yesterday, me like this, I no fit sleep again. I left here, I reach out. The things where I see, I no fit sleep because so far we command me before I left here. We command people like 6 or 8 people.
Under?
Yeah, there was under. Plenty too was alive. We was 2 people who was died before me. I left here. I go out.
So 2 people died in your presence?
Yes, the time we will command them. But I suspect that some people they talk about the man, someone where we come out and people they talk about like he be the pastor for the church. The man, he be the pastor for the church. So we second this breeding. I saw a chair. They for bring this thing for the long time. It was at Tamres time. They start this work where they stop.
So it means that the works had not been completed since the former late president's time. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, it was at Tamres time where them started this thing. But the thing, we don't know why them stop. So where them say they can't check the breeding, they see say the breeding will break. So they are take this thing to see how they'll break this thing. But up to now, we don't know what happened. What we hear that the breeding break. So we too aware. Once we did the area inside there, we for try our best. So we try our best. We do what we can do. So we are still inside. Try and see what we will fit do. That's why we are here.
And then days before, and even on that same day, did it rain here? Because aside the structural integrity, something might have triggered that collapse. You are in the area. Did it rain here? And how was the situation? Was it a downpour or just drizzle?
Yes.
Was it heavy? Was it a heavy rain?
Yeah, the rain there was heavy. The rain started around 11 to 12. It rain to daybreak morning time. But this time like this, or the rain, the 4:11. So this time like this, or we day house, they see. But after this time, like some 3 to 4, we hear see the breeding cap down. When we come, we come to it was true. The breeding did that. So we try to command the things we be having for that place where people they under for command that things, or so that we feel command the people's way they under where they are alive. So we try our best. People's way we command or they are alive. I would just say that it was just 2 persons who died before I left here.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your service for the nation as well. And I'm hopefully, because of what you saw, I'm hoping that you get some psychological support, in order for to think clean. But thank you so much. We are grateful. I will be engaging another resident here. Were you here when the incident happened? Tell us what you also saw.
So far, Jumano, I didn't start here. You rush. Say ye Crawford, watchman, Nadam for. So far, you Crawford be honum. And son, I didn't, and son, Crawford cries that he say, or moba. Tia Crawford, who say, Koda, woman, yet it. Then I say, a swatche.
Not in Kolawo, building a collapse in him.
They
were crying for help.
The Uncola woman almost soon say, Boom, but Senna, ye beya, I you mono, any problem. Senna be you mono, any problem I be you, and to me you omo, and to almost a bet to my year, ye bet to answer Omuna, ye boom, ye you, and watchman, Nadam for crown, on crowd, on crowd, crouch chain, on watchman and cassa. Only a scene in some 4 pool, but me confirm me, and ye knew money, and BBC, no, I am to me in Jamo. I was saying, fine, and son. Oh, and what? Send I didn't see you. But I'm quite building and uncle was some baboon at check. Omu say, MC, by that was last month. By almost started say Omu ye, then we almost say, and school funding in a Hana or Moba. MC by say, Ombeye, Ombeshus and Ombeya, Ombe CC. And now, creative problem. And Ray. Ya stop on me say almost giant church in the crowd, but the reason why almost started church, I'm a bit strong. Yet the Sir Vandana almost cross you, a child. Dan say more be on coho, except watchman on qua. But Pastor no
Pacho say metewase year. A patch said before a building no a bed collapse. And viewers, by the way, what he's been saying or what he's been telling us is that after the time the structure collapsed, there were some children in there as well who were crying for help. And for residents here, all what they could do is to help in taking them off and sending them to the hospital facilities, which they did. And he also indicates that as at the time there was a watchman here as well, and he's also severely injured. And now he's going to speak on whether or not some warnings were given. And so you were saying that before the building collapsed, no? Na mama warning say more behind you to build an idea.
Ya katrom se more behind ya katrom pastor se more behind your church one. Ya kase more your church. But ya nim the reason why omo to me church. Yan say church there utumi was bet. So obey prayers in the utumi one inside bet. Omo no utumi yet as I don't know from Monday to Sunday. Monday to Sunday.
Back to back.
Back to back. San oyeno. Monday to Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe Saturday, but Monday to Sunday, they are here. Now, church, you know, so Sunday, no, from 24 hours, no, you know. Or to me, you're flying up. Every say, number first service, second service, third service, and Sunday, no, because oh, yeah, prayers, Ninyama. Yantina say, at times, I do, I say, wow, yan to me now. So, yes, I did know, at times, yanda. Musa no mo bomb, Musam de, no, be an epidemic. It's almost 2 months. To me, obi yene prayers. They want to me in country say on jai until you to near jano. No, I yet, but almost yen to me in country says empty. It
was a saying as some necessary no way arrested. Then I will share him with some penny for a bay at the airport.
I was saying, Bebois. Then she said, I bear. Mimi was just saying, and your millionaire, you know. Media Mimi, some coffin, and your millionaire, you know.
The OG says still a bit more. I say in you. Wow.
Maybe I expect to say, you have been
you personally on
person. Only also for mammy over 3 years. Over 3 only young flashing here. Your name said, "Ada you know, your name better not saying none man who hanum. Almost soon. So, almost mammy. But your name so far say, Omo mammy dear.
Thank you so much. Dear Frau Sembium.
Salifu Mohammed.
Right. So in concluding with Salifu, what he's been saying is that he also believes that there still may be some persons trapped within the structure, the collapsed structure, of course, and that will be a troubling development. But as I indicated, the officials are still here holding briefings and all to find out how they can manage it properly so that even if there are some individuals still trapped in and even if they've lost their lives, their bodies will be handled with dignity and care. But I have the assembly member for the area. Let me engage him as well. Honorable, good morning and welcome to the grounds where this unfortunate incident has happened.
Good morning and thank you very much.
Yes, for the purpose of this interview, you are live on Channel 1 Television, Breakfast Daily. Confirm your name and your role for us.
My name is Alexander Kwame Mensah-Chumesi, the assembly member for this electoral area, Idiki electoral area.
Assembly member, we've heard several stories. Tell us in your own account, prior to the collapse of the building, what happened when it collapsed, what happened, and now what is happening?
I will speak to what happened. Around 4:58, I had a distress call that the building here had collapsed. So I didn't know which of the buildings, so I had to rush in. So I came and realized that it was this uncompleted one that has been built since 2012. And this is what I saw and realized that people were trapped inside. The information was that they were having church service. They had closed. So some of the members waited behind to have a meeting, as it happens in every church. And unfortunately, this thing happened to them.
So some residents have indicated that some persons may still be trapped in. As an assembly member, what information have you gathered and what can you also say about that?
I can't say yes or no to that. We had professionals here. We have the security service. All of them were here. They brought the dogs to enter after we have rescued most of them. The dogs entered and brought results that there was nothing in. That is why they decided to start breaking it so that it can be taken away from it. So at the moment, I don't think there's any here because the interior minister was here when they did the rescue. The education minister was also here, the member of parliament, everybody were here to ensure that every soul is taken out before the debris are broken into these pieces before it can be evacuated elsewhere.
So as an assembly member for the area, I would want to find out from you, before the collapse of the structure, there are reports that some warnings went in to say that the structure is old and is weak and all. Can you confirm that? As an assembly, did you issue warnings that the structural integrity of the building is terrible and so it should be put out of use?
You see, I am not a technical person. There are technocrats around. So if you hear people around saying that it is weak, I didn't know where they were coming from because they were just ordinary people. Most of the time you can see from afar to know that this building is weak because some of the iron rods were exposed. I think it is based on that they started mentioning it, and I think the assembly got to know. So I learned in recent times there was a integrity test that proved that it was weak. So the assembly had taken a decision for it to be demolished just recently, just within this last week.
So there was a decision to demolish the structure?
There was a decision to demolish the structure. Unfortunately, who knows? Nobody knows tomorrow. And this unfortunate incident had happened to all of us here.
So as an assembly member, before I conclude with you, have you contacted the family members of especially those who perished and even those who are at the hospital? Have you gotten in touch with their families?
At the moment, no, because we have to ensure that they are safe first. And maybe at the hospital, the NADMO is taking care of the details. So maybe from here, we all move. I'm waiting for the member of parliament and my MC. Then we all move to the hospital to visit them. Then we take it from there.
Looking at their situation, I understand some of them are also in terrible conditions and all. Who is going to bear the cost? Is it going to be, are you looking at helping with NADMO and all of that?
This is a national issue. So I think the authorities knows best and will take the right decision.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Confirm your name and confirm your name for us.
Alexander Kwame Mensah Chumesi.
Right.
Aidiki electoral area.
So that is the assembly member for the Aidiki electoral area we just engaged, who has been speaking to us on what has been happening. We questioned him on a number of things, and he said that there was a plan to demolish the structure a few days prior to this particular incident, but unfortunately this is what has happened. We also questioned as to whether or not he has gotten in touch as an assembly member of the area, whether he has gotten in touch with the family members of the victims here, and he said yes, NADMO is on grounds and they are ensuring that the people are safe first of all, and then they will go ahead to contact the families and all. We also questioned who is going to bear the cost, because in some of these situations sometimes the cost involved is really high, looking at the situation, and so he indicated that he thinks and he knows that the government officials know best, and they will do the best they can to ensure that the costs are covered. And so earlier when I was at the other side, I pointed to this particular structure, and I'll point to it again. As you can see, there are state officials, military persons here, and different officials entering in and out. As and when we confirm their identities, we'll bring that to you.
All
and
right.
so those are the individuals having meetings here on the way forward. So Jude, that is what has been happening here at the experimental DA here at the new town in Accra.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful report, Samuel Akoma, a man on the ground. Keep following the issues, and as and when there's an update to the story, we'll be glad to hear from you on what the story is. But it's now time to delve into the big conversations. Of course, we'll have to start off from that rather devastating story in Newtown in the Ayawaso Central constituency here in the capital, where 3 have been confirmed dead, 20 have been rescued, thankfully, but there are fears many more may still be under the rubble, and we are hoping that our law enforcement and our first responders can, give us some good news with regards to, rescuing others, if any are still stuck under. Helping me delve into this particular conversations are, resource persons already on the show, regular on the show, seated right across Ms. Ibrahim AJ. He's the resident country director for Investments Limited, right? Yes, always a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you, Ibrahim AJ. Amazing. Wanda Kuto is also here. He's an author, also a National Executive Committee member of the National Democratic Congress. Wanda, good morning and welcome.
Yeah, good morning, big bro.
Amazing. Of course, needs no introduction. The lead editor, or let me say senior editor of the Finder newspaper and online
Please,
portal.
News Center, I don't work with the
News
Finder.
Center,
Hey,
News
please,
Center,
why are you
News
taking
Center,
my-
News
my-
Center, News Center. No, it's right across me.
Please, so
I've retracted and corrected it.
thank you.
The News Center, senior editor, the News Center newspaper and online portal, Elvis Darko. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you, my brother.
Amazing. I'll start off with you, Elvis. A lot has been said. Again, our built environment has been called into question. I've seen photos of the building before the collapse. Are we on a ticking time bomb, right? Because I'm asking this question because I've seen a report by GBC Online where they've documented the number of building collapses we saw somewhere between 2023 up until today. So 8 collapses happened, 62 injuries and 2 deaths recorded. It didn't include what we witnessed yesterday. Should we be concerned about our built environment?
But this should not come as a surprise to anybody. More buildings will collapse and kill people in this country because we don't do what is right. We don't do what is right. The question is, anybody watching or listening to me, ask yourself that aside going to get your building permit from the assembly, when you're actually doing the building is all going, do you have any inspectors from the assembly to come and see whether the masons who are working, whether the foundation, they are doing it well? Do you have any inspectors coming around? No. So apart from you going for a paper that I have a piece of land I have to build, you say get a fire permit, get a soil testing permit, environmental protection permit. Once they sign those papers for you, how the actual building is contrasted, nobody inspects this in this country. So if nobody is inspecting such a thing in this country, how then can you guarantee the quality of buildings we have around us? We cannot. So for me, the foundation of the problem is that everybody who has been outside this country knows that if your own private building or public building, any construction that is going on, there are those who are called building inspectors from state institutions. From the day you dig the foundation, they will come and inspect whether the foundation you are digging is even right, whether it's a story building, whether it is a 1 ground floor building, whatever it is. They will make sure that everything you are using, the iron rods and everything you are using, they will inspect the building from stage to stage till you complete. When you complete, they will do a final inspection where inspectors will come around, look at the electrical wiring, they have to sign it off that everything is correct. The integrity of the building report has to be signed off. The whatever work you've done on the building, you have to get all those permits signed off before human beings are allowed to inhabit the building. If you are watching and listening, ask yourself whether these things happen in Ghana. They don't. But by law, by the National Building Regulations 1996, LI 1630, and the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act 2016, Act 925, these are some of the things that are in this act that we are supposed to be doing that we are not doing. 1, it says before building, a developer must obtain permit, which we normally do. The fiscal planning department, inspector of the assemblies, who supposed to go there, get all the ones I've mentioned from the fire, EP, and the rest. But another aspect is mandatory inspections. Mandatory inspections. Inspectors are required to check foundation work, structural stability, drainage system, and safety standards. Once the work is going, inspectors from the assembly are supposed to come around and check all these things. And then there's a final inspection. Upon completion, a final inspection is often conducted to ensure safety before a building is allowed to be occupied. These are in our laws in Ghana. But ask yourself as a Ghanaian whether you have ever seen any building inspectors around when you are putting up buildings.
Is it a failure on the part of those responsible for enforcing the law and by extension our local assembly, or as citizens we have also through our negligence exacerbated the issue?
The point is we have accepted that if we are left without laws, we'll behave like animals. That's why we make laws to govern our actions. That's why we are different from animals. That's why we say humans are not like the animal kingdom. In the animal kingdom, there's no established written codes and laws and that governs how they should do things. But we as humans know that if we are left to do things by ourselves without any law or regulation, we will misbehave and do the wrong things on most occasions. That is why we have decided that for us to have a good society, everything that we do must be governed by one law or the other, one act or the other. That is why we have developed all these laws and regulations. So if we have developed laws and regulations and we are not enforcing them, we will not apply them. When we did them, because we know that without those laws, people can do things anyhow. And if we are not enforcing them, how do we blame the people? Because the people, we made the law because we know that people will not do the right thing without the law. Many people will not do the right thing without the law. That is why we craft laws to govern how we should do things. In this particular building we are talking about, we are told it's a school building. If it's a public school, it means a public man that has been used to build it. Who are the inspectors who inspected that building?
An abandoned school building.
Which abandoned? Since it was built, it was not occupied.
So it's abandoned. That's what I'm saying.
Why was it abandoned? Because the quality is bad. So who allowed the contractor who built that building? Who has actually called the contractor to order? Has he faced any law for taking public money to put up a structure that is a death trap? Has anybody asked the contractor? The assembly that is there, the planning department, has anybody been held accountable for sitting down and allowing a contractor to put this together?
I mean,
so
it's still early days. So.
No, it's not 50 years. You are telling me early days.
No,
what are you talking about?
No,
I'm talking about the time the building was done. They realized that it is poor quality. They didn't identify poor quality today. Why is it that they didn't put the building to use? I've heard people who were in the area who said that the building at the completion, they realized that it's not up to standard. So the building from day one, they realized that it has integrity issues. That is why they never even allowed the school to use it. So from day one, they rejected the building. They realized that no, this building is not safe for occupation. That's why they didn't allow the school students to go to occupy the place.
I'll come back to you on the capacity of our local assemblies, which makes the enforcement of some of the issues you've raised difficult. I'd love that you give us some clarity on that. But let me come to Wanda. Right, you're in government, of course. We saw ministers in their numbers troop there. The Greater Accra Regional Minister was there. The Interior Minister was there. The Education Minister was there. And I'm sure others have also gone to ascertain the severity of the incident. What are your initial concerns, right? Of course, built environment issues have come up. Even, safe spaces for religious activities is another angle to these conversations. What are you most concerned about?
Good morning to you, Mr. Daku, Mr. AJ, producers, and our cherished viewers. I mean, it's a great Monday morning, the week that will end the month and usher us to a new month. Jude, I mean, when I saw the news, I saw it on Facebook, last night. I was like, what? I had even a toddler. Some 2-year child was part of those who were rescued. What kind of trauma you can imagine that these children, the memories they will grow up with, just because of our actions or inactions in this country? Let me start by saying that, I'm a Christian, but we have churches all over. Look, we've even converted warehouses into churches in this country. There's nothing wrong about we spreading our faith. But I think we must step up. Some countries, even now, in order for you to practice Christianity, you need to show some document. It is not just enough to say it's a calling. In this country, somebody gets money small now, rents some place, he has opened a church. Because if you look at the facts, as Mr. Daku rightly pointed out, it's an abandoned school block. It means that we admit that that building was not fit for purpose for which it was constructed. We'll come to that. But if we say the building was not fit for purpose to be a school building, how can the same building be used for church service? Church service that will accommodate even a toddler, minors. The same building. I wish you can project the building for us to see the building proud to it collapse. If you can project it,
we'll get to the photo and see.
You will see the columns. Mr. Daku rightly quoted the relevant laws in this country. Getting building permits is not done by one person. It's a committee that sits to approve permits. It's a committee. And I understand this is a public building. So which engineer, which structural, because for columns you need a structural engineer. So which engineer approved those columns? And if there were no approvals, we must then find out if payments have been made to the said contractor. Just a few weeks ago, Jude, we were here discussing illegality within the public financial management architecture. We're discussing fictitious claims. Can we say that this building that had collapsed is one of those, is part of those claims? If you look at the building, I wish it's projected for our viewers to have a look. I saw it, I have it on my phone. If you look at the building, I'm not sure the contractor will have met the specification. Because for every project, there's a QS that will give you the specification.
It's interesting. You raise...
Dude, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised at all, because that's been our culture. If you look at the road network, we construct road in this country. By 2 years, you see the potholes. Once it rains, some of the roads are even washed away.
You raise interesting points around, our practice of religion and the disregard for the set standards. But the point again is that whether or not the place was used for as a church, a makeshift church, right, it would have still collapsed anyway, because structurally the building was built in a very, very poor manner, right? So is it no more around the quality of the building and probably even the materials used and our standards generally as a country as against what the building was being used for? Because if it was done properly, we wouldn't have even gotten to a point where we would have had church services being conducted there.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I raise this point to address a fundamental issue in our society. I know some house owners who have had the cause to sue the assemblies for allowing churches to spring out in residential areas, that with the noise and all of that at night and all of that. And when this issue goes to court, the emotions, this country, the emotion that comes with spirituality. I mean, if we say that building was not fit for purpose to be a school, imagine somebody going to stop the church. You see what the kind of thing that would be said.
It wasn't fit to serve as a school. It couldn't have served as a church.
That's my argument.
Let me bring in Ibrahim now.
But imagine what people will have said. Say, oh, this person is a devil. It's an ungodly person. The emotions that comes with it. That's why I raised that fundamental issue. Thank you.
Interesting. Right. So we've seen this happen very commonly in recent times in our urban centers, right? Of course, Accra New Town was the most recent one. Roman Ridge in October 2025, a 3-story building under construction collapsed. If you want to look at the Ayawa So Central one as a more clustered, more a sprawling place, right? Roman Ridge was a rather relatively newer community, even though it's been there for some time. And the building's much more better laid out. Should we start asking questions around our engineers and even the laws that bind them in the work that they do?
Sure. Very good morning to you, Jude, Elvis, and Wanda as well, and to our viewers. Sometimes when I sit here, I wonder whether I should even comment, because we've been doing this for 20 years. These issues that come up, and whereby the public are failed by the institutions that are set up to actually ensure that we are safe in whatever environment we are in. Today we're talking about a collapsed building. You missed out the Malcolm one in your...
I think it was part of the 8.
This was just 2023.
Yes, yes. The point that I wanted to make is this. You said, should we start asking questions? What we should look for is for answers. Because the questions, we've been asking them time ad infinitum. We should be looking for answers. Yes, we can talk about enforcement of building codes. Elvis alluded to that. Likewise, Wonder. We can look about professional oversight, making sure that on a constant periodic basis, the engineers that you speak of, the quality control persons from the relevant municipal authorities or the district chief executive's office are on the ground checking buildings from foundation to lintel on a constant basis. Are we doing it? The first thing you'll hear is we don't have money. So lives are cheap because you're now somehow balancing the 2 people who have died and many others against the budget constraint. So what are the answers that we should be looking for? It would interest, I'm going to ask this question and maybe the 3 of you can also respond to me. Oftentimes it's the iron rod or the block, the concrete that fails the test. Have any of us asked ourselves whether there's a way in which we can test the tensile strength of iron rods or indeed the strength of the concrete that we pour and the blocks? Have any of you wondered whether answering that question will give us a solution? We say it was put up poorly. They didn't use the right materials. How do you check the right materials? Well, let me tell you. There's something that's called a Schmidt rebound hammer. Those who want to Google it, you can Google Swiss hammer. SWSS hammer. What does it do? There's a digital and an analog version. I'm hoping that as I'm talking, some of our viewers are Googling it. It's a metal device, spring-loaded. If you see my pen, imagine like this, okay? But it has a carbide tip. When you press it against the concrete, the rebound will tell you how strong that concrete is. If the rebound is higher, it tells you that this concrete is good. I think you can see the logic of it. It's like bouncing a ball in sand. It doesn't come back. But if you bounce a ball on concrete, it comes back up. It tells you that the concrete is solid. Good. So it's there. Now, what is the cost? The cost is 1,520 cedis, this machine. You don't plug it in. It's a machine. There's a digital form as well. Now, if we made sure that all our engineers, even on site, and you can charge this to the developer, when you go around and you're testing, it's not a cost to we, the government, in terms of the public purse, but to the developer. That's how you check the strength the strength of the concrete. Now let's get to the iron rod. You say, how do we check the iron rod? Whether it's the materials used were good. Now, somebody will tell you that if you look for the FE is the, what do you call it? The periodic table for iron.
Chemical name for iron.
For iron, FE. Should say FE 500 on the side of it, telling you that the tensile strength is good. But that's just somebody's writing. How do you independently test? There's something that you call a Lieb hardness tester. Lieb is spelled L-E-E-B for those who are checking online. Lieb hardness tester. Now this is the one that has the diamond tip or carbide. The cost 2,500 cedis. Wow. Some can cost 12,000. It's just like buying a car. The higher the spec, yeah. But from 2,500 you can get it. Now what does it do? It gives you a digital reading of the steel's tensile strength.
Wow. Ibrahim, I'm really grateful for this public education this morning on how to identify some of these things, and we really appreciate it. The other question is, will it be fair to say politicians, shortchange the citizenry when it comes to the construction of some of these things? Because time and time again, we see corporate institutions, organizations, right, go to some of these mining companies. They construct hospitals, they construct roads for way less the price than a government institution would have, and often more quality, right? There are quite a number of examples to cite. Recently, I think MTN built a hospital somewhere, right? And the cost of the hospital got everybody talking. Now, if you go on social media, the refrain is, if a government institution was to build that same hospital, the price would have been completely higher and probably even less quality. So should we not start holding elected officials accountable to say that, okay, now a building has collapsed, let's go and look into the details. Who authorized this contract? What were the basic standard procedure that was adhered to? Are there questions around the contractor's credibility before the awarding of the contract? Are these not very important questions we should be asking?
They are, but I think, again, we are missing the point. And it's a fantastic point that you're making. We sit and discuss as if it's a politician awarding the contract in its entirety.
Is it not?
No, it is not. Do you not have a valuations committee, a chief director, civil servants? I remember when you had the public accounts committee, it was civil servants who, regardless of administration, make millions of cedis.
But Ibrahim, there's also ultimate responsibility.
I'm coming.
Once the buck stops with, and that should be the politician.
Sure. Then let's do away with all the chief directors. Because oftentimes they operate. I'm not removing the politicians from the corruption environment. I'm not in any way doing that at all. But we often fail to understand the real architects of corruption within the political space. When a minister gets into office, it's not fellow politicians who say, do this, do this. It is the chief directors, the civil servants within that ministry who will say there are shortcuts here, sign this, you're entitled to this, things that you're not entitled to. And so politicians should be aware of signing anything, applying their name to any budgetary allocation. Because when you somehow put it like we are only 275 of us. I'm talking the MPs and ministers.
But thousands of other appointees.
Yes, but you're talking about the politicians. And I'm speaking specifically about those within Parliament. You talked about ultimate responsibility. Who makes the laws? Is it the appointees or the politicians?
The MPs, members of Parliament.
The members of Parliament. They make the laws that regulate what all the other appointees and we in the public space do. Again, I'm not decoupling in any way, shape or form those politicians, some of them who are corrupt in how they deal with the public. And you mentioned about how is it that we can build hospitals at extraordinary amounts of money, meanwhile MTN can do it at a fraction of the price. And so you have to look at the components, the Ghanaians in that space. Because there's a contractor who inflates the price. There's a politician who looks the other way. There are workers and supply chain operatives who will inflate the value of service across the chain. And then we just want to look at the politician and leave all the others to go scot-free. And I remember when we were looking at the Public Accounts Committee, this is 2009, 2010. And there was another one also in 2007. I remember it clearly, Jude, whereby civil servants, no politician, they were apolitical to all intents and purposes, having mansions in Aburi and Peduase. This came out. I'm coming.
Yeah, you have 15 seconds.
Good. I just wanted to somehow not lead us into a rabbit hole where you look at the politician and the real thieves, the real corrupt people within the civil service continually go scot-free. But it's professional oversight. Now, I'll land here. When we're building, developers go for labor that is not qualified or professional. We use cheap labor, not qualified, not certified, to build complex structures in order to do what you're saying, save money. And so these are some of the components of why buildings fail. You need a professional regulatory system, not person, across the value chain from getting your permit. When you get a permit, what do you normally see? Stop work, produce permit. There should be a permit already in place. Before I put stop work, once I don't see that sign, it's like you're driving and there's no roadworthy on your car. I'm stopping your car.
Interesting.
So these are the things that we need to change. In the absence of a permit standing on your property, or we close you down.
Elvis, when this government came into office, they promised what they call monthly consolidated allowances for assembly members in a bid to make the local assembly strong. In fact, they also said that they were considering the election of MMDCs and all of that to give them that bite so that they are able to perform their duties without fear and favor. Of course, they'll tell you it's in the process. Is it about time we look at our local assembly system and whether it's been able to deliver for us as a people? And I also want to hear a bite on Ibrahim's point about collective responsibility from the politicians and also those within the civil service who are largely responsible for some of these contracts awarded. So 2 quick questions for you.
Okay. The payment for assembly members, that one, they are working for all of us. So if we think we have money and we can pay assembly members, well, I don't have a problem with that. But it's not assembly member is a problem. I'm telling you that there are people who are employees of assemblies who are supposed to be making sure that buildings are safe. It has nothing to do with the assemblyman. These are professionals within the assembly who are supposed to do their job.
So the whole system of local governance.
Let me tell you something. There's a unit called Engineering Council under the Ministry of Works and Housing. Engineering Council under the Ministry of Works and Housing. One of their duties is to undertake structural integrity tests of public buildings and infrastructure. If the building that collapsed is a school building, it's a public building. I remember in 2021 when there was this, we had this earth tremors continuously about 3 or 4 times during the year. President Akufo-Addo at that time directed that the Engineering Council should conduct integrity tests on all public buildings. We are in 2026. Where is the report of that work? Has the work been done? And where is the report? So you see, my issue is that we have people that we are paying salary every month. They are on the public payroll. Our taxpayers' money is being used to pay them to do a job, but the job is not being done. And nobody is questioning why the job is not being done. Because if we have Engineering Council,
so their mandate
under the Ministry of Works and Housing.
Their mandate, very briefly, Elvis, is to regulate the practice of engineering and provide for regulated matters to secure the highest professional standards in the practice of engineering.
You have the general function. I'm giving you the specific rules that they are supposed to perform. Let me give you the specific rules. And that's the first one. Undertaking structural integrity tests of public buildings and infrastructure. 2, mandatory registration, mandating that all engineers with the Ghana Institute of Engineers or the Institute of Engineering and Technology, Ghana, are being licensed by the council. Promote local content, fostering Ghanaian engineering, talent to reduce reliance on external expertise. So the one you are reading is the general function.
So they are
specific.
They are the regulatory body for the engineers,
and
right?
they are also supposed to ensure they are the one to undertake structural tests, integrity tests. That unit under the Ministry of Works and Housing, one of the mandates is undertaking structural integrity tests of public buildings and infrastructure. So all the equipment Ibrahim was describing to us, this is the unit that must have it. And if you ask me, this unit is supposed to be collaborating with the planning officers under all assemblies to make sure that they work with those planning officers to make sure that the integrity of every structure in this country is guaranteed. So if we pay people to do jobs and yet the jobs are not being done, why do we pay them?
Could it be a capacity problem?
If it's a capacity problem, they should come out and say it. But if the law has set them up and we are told the unit exists, that unit actually exists under the Ministry of Works and Housing. And if one of their major specific duties is to undertake structural integrity, and this one is only for public buildings. So who is in the private buildings? So you see, you must understand that these building collapses that are happening, they are not happening by chance. They are happening because there is a deficit, there's a gap There's a work that we should do that will prevent these collapses. But the work is not being done.
Who bears the ultimate responsibility?
It is the state institution responsible.
Not politicians.
It's the politician that says that the contractor should use substandard materials. I understand the politician has some influence in awarding the contract. That is one thing. Conducting the contract.
Is there some influence? I don't think you can describe
that's what I'm saying. But putting out the structure is not the work of the politician. It's somebody who is supposed to be a qualified builder who put up structures. So if the person put up the structure didn't do a good job, how do you go and blame the politician?
Yeah, but if the person puts up a structure,
yes,
and it is not standardized, right? I think it's the duty of the politician to question that.
He's supposed to go, but I'm giving the Ministry of Works and Housing. The politicians come and they go. We change government and ministers change. But the unit that is called the Engineering Council is a permanent institution under the Ministry of Works and Housing. And they are supposed to ensure structural integrity of buildings. So the politicians change, but that unit and the people who work, they do not change. So it's sometimes when we are trying to see, I always say that when we just blame everything on the politician, we never have solution to any problem in this country. That's why we are not having any solution. But maybe because we must narrow the thing down to the people who are responsible, who didn't do their job, and hold them accountable. But now people sit in office and know that if I don't do the right thing, it comes up, they will just blame the politician and the issue is gone. We must stop that mentality of blaming every problem on the politician. Let's narrow down to the people that are paid by taxpayers' money, given a responsibility, and they are not performing that responsibility. Sames is sitting somewhere, he's doing his work. He asked you to come and do this job this morning. And if you don't come here, you fail to come, they will say, let's go and blame Sames because for you not coming here. First of all, we must narrow it down to you. Jude, why didn't you come to work? Because you are the one supposed to be here this morning. In this country, our biggest problem in this country is that the people who actually cause the mess are left to go free. Because we found one group of people called politicians that we will blame everything on. So he knows that when anything happens, they will just blame the politician. I'll be sitting there, though I know I'm the one who caused it. I'll be sitting there because the public will jump on the politician. We must change that mindset. Let's narrow down. I'm telling you that there's a unit called Engineering Council under the Ministry of Works and Housing. Those who don't know today, I'm telling you. Let's narrow down who are the people there.
We also know
who are the people there. Let's question them. If they have capacity problem, they should tell us that we are not able to do it because we don't have the capacity.
Your point has been well made. But again, we also know the overbearing reach of politicians in this country. I'm coming. There's an Afrobarometer report that suggests that the president, when he's appointed or comes into office, appoints in excess of over 7,000 people.
Yes.
Officials like the PRO of Ghana Gas in the Esther administration was being appointed by the president.
And so?
I'm coming. So the point that is being made is that once the politician has its tentacles spreading everywhere, they should bear ultimate responsibility.
No, this is what I'm saying. See, I'm not saying that they won't bear responsibility. I'm saying that
ultimate responsibility.
No, you see, this is the problem. That's why we will never go anywhere. This country will never move anywhere. We continue to say, put ultimate responsibility on the politician. I'm giving Engineering Council. People have been there maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years before this government came to office. When was the new Minister of Works now appointed? When was he appointed? Let's say it's 1 year into office. But somebody has been sitting at the Engineering Council for the past 15 years, 20 years. How do you want me to go and blame the minister when there's somebody who is there for 20 years collecting salary every month? If we don't call out people, if we don't focus on the people who are actually causing the mess, we will never have solution because you use this campaign and vote the politician out and another one will come. You use it and vote him out. Meanwhile, the people who are sitting there for 20 years collecting the salary and causing the mess will still be there because you are not focusing on them and say, you are the one who is supposed to do the job. We know the minister is supposed to be a supervisor. But you are the one, so we deal with you first before we go to the politician. But we leave those people to be working free, and then we are always shouting, it's the politician, Then these people stay there 20 years, 25 years, 35 years, they go on retirement. All that year, is there any minister that has served 10 years in this country in one position? The answer is no. So you see, so long as we don't change that idea, especially we the media, we have a problem. Instead of going down there, and fishing as a Kojo Mensah is the head of this unit. They are the ones supposed to do it. Let's hold Kojo Mensah accountable. Then we leave Kojo Mensah and say, oh, the minister is the politician. If the president appoints people to come and supervise you, does it mean that your inefficiencies is caused by the president who appointed the person? The answer is no. So you see, let's begin to narrow down. This country can run without ministers. Do you know that? Because the chief director is the head of the institution. That's why when there's a change of government, there's no minister. They still work. The ministry still works all right. So we must understand that if we don't focus on the structures and make sure that the structures do their job, we can send the minister today that this building has collapsed. But the man who is head of the engineering council, who has been drawing salary for maybe 50 years, 20 years, has staff under him. All of them have been drawing salary. Who have not done their job.
But also
who have not done their job.
But also subservient to the powers of the minister.
There's no subservient to the power of the minister.
You don't think the engineering council is subservient to the minister for works and housing?
The minister is just a supervisor. You are supposed to go and do job.
I saw not idealistic. I saw not idealistic view of the way systems operate in this country.
No, we are the one rather having idealistic view. That's why we are not working. We are not focusing on the practical one.
Let me bring you one.
Is the minister the one with the expertise to go and test the building? No, I ask you the question. Is the minister with the expertise to go and do the structure test on the building?
No.
So if you can't the minister to the building, is the minister the one that will do the test? So why are you blaming the minister?
But that's why we also expect, for example, when Abuja was appointed, everybody was happy because they felt he was a square peg in a square hole because he appreciated the insight.
And who told Abuja knows everything about construction?
No, but that's the point.
That is the mistake we are making.
No, but one person can't know everything.
I'm telling you
but
that
you have a fair
there
idea.
is somebody at the ministry that is there as a technical person. What he knows, Abuja doesn't know. But in construction, in road building.
I'm coming.
I'm telling you that this is the problem we have.
Your point has been well made.
We are making a mistake by thinking that because the person is minister, he knows. Most ministers have no idea about the technical expertise of the sector.
But that's a problem because you don't appoint an ex-footballer to head our finance ministry. We appoint somebody with at least some level of experience in that's why it's news.
No, a minister will have expertise in just one area. Okay, but the field he's supervising, there are various sub-sectors under that ministry that the minister has no idea about.
Interesting.
Do you understand it?
Let me break one down.
Let's go to the Ministry of Works and Housing. This testing of building is just one aspect. There are so many other things. So even the minister is even the expert in testing. What about the one that does other things?
Fair point.
So let's hold the people who are the professionals accountable.
Your government has come under intense scrutiny over the weekend over your big push initiative. And the reason why I'm bringing this in is because it also has direct links to the built environment. Already, Fourth Estate, a reputable media organization, said that some contracts were being awarded under, on certain terms. As a government, following this rather tragic story, are you concerned that these are coming up very early in the administration and the ripple effects, knowing that now serious concerns are being raised on our built environment?
Yeah, thank you. Let me, with your permission, comment on some of the submission by Mr. Daku on the issue of blaming technocrats, which I agree strongly. You see, some few weeks ago, we discussed what happened in Parliament about certificates of contractors, paying them without audit and all of that.
The special report by the Finance Ministry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You realize that one of the issues that was raised was the falsification of SRAs. The store receipt advice.
Yeah.
Which politician in this country handles SRAs? Which politician? It's the technocrats. Those in the civil service. So Mr. Daku was right. You see, but if we have the mentality that everything is politics, then this is where we get to. Do you know that before you can build in this country, the contractors, you need a building certificate, works and housing certificate. Apart from the registration at the Registrar General, Office of the Registrar of Companies, you need a certificate from the Ministry of Works and Housing. And it's renewable. You have to renew it to show that you have the expertise in building. And this certificate is not issued by a minister. There are professionals who would check your capacity before issuing this certificate for you. So if we sit here and we think that everything is a politician, then we are blaming or we are missing the point. But where I agree that we politicians have the role to play, if you look at the appointment of some government appointees to the assembly, refer to the Local Government Act 936. yes, most assembly members are elected, but there are some that are appointed. There's a reason, but politicians across all parties have failed to do what I would say is right.
We have a few minutes to a break. Just come to my main question, right? And your government, the custodian is reporting NDC cutting sole source road contract deals, 63 million being spent to fix a road at 23 million in 2016. Are these not some of the problems you are talking about?
Yeah, in terms of the sole sourcing, it's of concern. But we must have what we call the balancing act. This is a government that had promised to fix major roads. And we know that this government we have 4 years. So if we know that the process of having tenders will take a longer period, and we take the view that if you so source, it will be faster, and we are seeing the work, that's why I say we need the balancing act.
For me, I disagree with you. But let me go on a break and come back. I will just wrap this up. Disagreeing with you.
I'm not done with my submission. I'm not done with my submission. If you want us to go to break and come, fine. But I'm trying to bring a balancing act.
Let me take a break and I'll come back to you. Then you finish it. All right. So pretty heated conversation today. Elvis thinks that let's go find the technocrats. They are responsible for this. Interesting perspectives, bringing clarity to the conversations today on the unfortunate building collapse yesterday. I'll take a quick break. When I'm back, there's more on Breakfast Daily. Don't go away.
Confident smile is everything. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo kendini ehu behia se metwa sapapa dia to ama me manfo Kale Charcoal's natural ingredients eno ene bom se ho ban e ma ne sren ne sanso mama hotoso e wo bedwam.
Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kale Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kale, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you planning to relocate from your company office or house, whether across cities to another town or halfway around the country? You want a moving company you can depend on to get you there? Let me introduce you to Logistics Movers. We are here to help you every step of the way, from planning the move to unpacking the last box and settling into your office or home. We have the expertise, experience, and market understanding and offer fast, reliable, and professional transportation services buildings in Ghana. Our main thrust is to successfully move your business, household items safely, on time, and hassle-free. You can call us on 0246 833 539 or 0244 342 465. You can also send us an email to info@logisticsmovers.com or check our website www.logisticsmovers.com. Why expose your company or household items to theft or damages when you are relocating if it's avoidable? Logistics Movers, we help you relocate.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily. My name is Jude Duncan. The big conversation today, Newtown building collapse. 3 dead, 20 rescued, thankfully. Fears are some people are still stuck under the rubble. We'll bring you updates on this particular story, but we are discussing it, and my guests have been very, helpful in their responses and the insights they are bringing to this conversation. I'll bring you a couple of your messages pretty shortly, but I wonder, you're making a point. You have just 30 seconds to wrap up. I beg you. Thank you.
I was talking about the Balancing Act, that the government had promised to fix roads, to the big push, and to fix roads as quick as possible. So one could understand why the sole source would be an option for the government. But I have a personal view. My view is that if we have to amend the laws that has to do with the evaluation or competitive tendering to make it quicker, let's do that so that we can have value for money. This is not to say that sole source projects do not have value for money, but we in opposition, when we're in opposition, we are campaigning against sole sourcing. As much as possible, we are campaigning against it. So we should not be seen in government to be every project or majority of our project being sole source. Let's, as much as possible, in my humble opinion, go in for competitive tendering. And I've always said that sometimes it's not everything that is whether it's right or wrong, but the perception also matters. In this country, once you do sole sourcing, the perception is that there's something wrong. That is it in this country. That's the perception. So my view is that government, as much as possible, let's have competitive tendering for most of our projects. Thank you.
Interested. Ibrahim.
Before we get back onto that issue, you see the duplicity of the NDC. 107 contracts, 81 went throughout open tender. Total value 73 billion. I'm quoting the Fourth Estate. You're having roads now, which are like 146 million cedis per kilometer. Did we go or did we come? Is this a reset or we're going back? NDC have serious questions to answer for, because this is where you see that the largesse, government money, when they say that they don't have money, we don't understand why they don't have money. You're giving contracts per the documentation on a Sunday, per the contract date. Again, I'm using the Fourth Estate, not my own words. And Manasseh, kudos to him. This is why we are where we are. Instead of government doing what I was suggesting, when I was giving you this ideas, as to don't look for questions, look for answers. I doubt. Elvis mentioned a particular unit in the works and housing. How many of them know about the rebar scanner? What is the rebar scanner? It costs from 30,000 to 140,000 cedis, but the cheap one's 30,000. The company is Hilti. I mention it because it's about saving lives, not about branding a company. Now, what that does is, for buildings that are already constructed, Jude, the rebar scanner is like an X-ray. It can go to the building, uncompleted or unfinished, and check the diameter of the iron rods inside the buried concrete. So this is something that government, or rather civil servants or institutions, can do now. Let's say we have 1,000 uncompleted buildings within Accra, 1,000. And you want to check whether they are fit for purpose and safe. And Ibrahim J, your program has given you the tools. The leap scanner, the Swiss hammer, and then the rebar scanner, which is an X-ray of buildings that are already with the iron rod inside. That's how you can tell whether or not the iron rod, because why do buildings collapse? It's about structural deficiencies caused by either lack of cement in the blocks or the concrete, or the iron rods. These are the key ones. And I've given the solutions whereby government can say now, on a methodical basis, for the next month, all buildings or development should pause while we check the integrity of your building. And it doesn't take hours, it takes minutes. They check it, they give you the signal, continue constructing. Government can do that now. This is how you save lives. So it's important that I mention that point. And you went off on a tangent, Jude. So if a politician, and we do it, helps somebody to get a job in the security services. We were here last week, 500,000 people, young men and women, applying for 5,000 jobs, okay, under NDC. Now, a politician helps a person get a job as a policeman. That policeman now goes and does some criminality. Are you going to hold the politician, per your ultimate responsibility logic, responsible for that policeman or that military person? Yeah. Or somebody gets a job within the health service, a nurse. I think we all may have experienced it where somebody say, oh, Honorable, can you push my application? And then I'll push it to Ghana Health Service. And then that person gets a job. They now misconduct themselves at that hospital. So Ibrahim J is ultimately responsible because he put in a good word for that nurse. So you have to change your logic. And I said to you that we can't go down that rabbit hole. And Elvis made my point, or buttressed my point. You focus on the politician, and the real thief, the real criminal gets away, and the politician becomes the scapegoat. Like he said, we come and go. Civil servants are there for decades. When I was mentioning the Public Accounts Committee, it was civil servants who were there. $1 million houses or million city houses at the time. Huge amounts of unexplained wealth. Your salary is 10,000 cedis a month. Meanwhile, you're holding an Aburi mansions. Anyway, I don't want to get off the point.
But also, we see that when a politician comes, doing the hard work of revamping the place, the credit goes to him, not that technocrat somewhere.
No, you see, but that's the nature of the game. Yes. I mean, you'll find that somebody comes in. I mean, I know we're going to discuss the reparations in a minute.
Yeah.
Now, we are rightfully commending His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Because in 2019, it was Akufo-Addo who put reparations before the United Nations as...
Let me read some messages, then we delve into the reparations. Okay. I know you have a lot to say on that. Okay. I want to give us enough time to delve into that one. I think churches need to get accreditation before they are established. This will subject their structures and operations to scrutiny in terms of location, material used, sound decibels. In relation to adjoining settlements, I've lived in the midst of 3 different churches, and I can tell you, I can hardly wink an eye on Friday, as all 3 are conducting all-night services. Your name is Transformer in Medina. Some other messages. Please note, church buildings must be purpose-built because of the heavy vibrations emanating from noisy sessions. It is unsafe and dangerous to hold such church services in story buildings. Ask any good architect a word to the wise of Akodo in Cantonment. Bonti Benjamin says, in a nation of talk only, no action, such preventable accidents is bound to happen repeatedly because we put our interest first ahead of the state as citizens and leaders. Condolences to those who have lost their relatives as a result of this disaster. The politicians need to take all the blame for a lot of the problems we see here. Many of them appoint their friends and cronies into positions without necessarily looking at the person's technical ability. And when there's a problem, who else should we look at? Your name is Odro Kumsen, sending me that particular message from Spintex Community 18. I totally agree with Elvis. The specifications and standards within any government of Ghana contracts are developed and enshrined in every contract agreement. These public officers monitor these projects. They use the enshrined specifications in these agreements. They do not use their own specifications. I wonder why monitoring officers allow contractors to do shoddy works. Government of Ghana staff should be blamed and sanctioned for the shoddy projects and politicians. Grateful for the clarity Elvis brought in the role of the engineering council. Jude, the truth is I've never even heard of them before. up until this day. Many people are taking salaries without doing any work. This must change. You didn't add your name, but you say, thank you for your messages. Keep them coming in. I'll be glad to hear your thoughts on all of the issues being raised today. Now, move on to the second conversation, an issue that brought a lot of joy, warmth, and a sense of fulfillment to many Ghanaians and, of course, persons of color. Why am I saying so? The government of Ghana sponsored a motion at the UN calling for it to be designated, or particularly the slave trade as it happened many years ago, and the whole effects of colonialism to be designated as the gravest crime against humanity. That bid was supported by 123 countries. 3 nations abstained: the US, Israel, and Argentina. And of course, the EU abstained from voting. Many have described that in itself to be a vote. And I know my guests have a lot to say, but again, I'll come back to Elvis on this. I listened to the EU ambassador to Ghana, Rune Skinnyback, on the Big Issue show with Omar Sanda. His argument was that the EU disagreed or abstained because they didn't see the need to describe it as the gravest. In his words, other crimes against humanity are all on the same level. He mentions the Holocaust. In fact, when it comes to issues around reparation, he also said that there were no legal framework or basis to determine how to go about the payment if necessary. And these were the reasons why the EU disagreed. What are your thoughts around all that has transpired in recent days?
Okay, thank you. But let me do that. You didn't give me a chance to do big push. Why are you running? Why I don't do? I'm doing big push when I come to this one.
Oh,
please. You see, I always say it here that the politicians, they say things for votes, but after the vote, they'll go and do the same thing that they are criticizing. Abuja, is go and Google. He said Ghana is not able to build more roads because of sole sourcing.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. It's on the internet.
So why shouldn't I blame the politician?
So today, the man who said Ghana is not able to build more roads because sole sourcing is inflated, has given 44% of all contracts on sole sourcing. God have mercy in this country.
But they say they brought it down.
God have mercy. The president who said that today says that sole sourcing should be a rare exception. Is 44% a rare exception? 44%. Is it rare exception? But that's the 44% of over 400. Let's use only 400 contracts. When you do 44% of 400 contracts, it means that 167 contracts were all sole sourced. It's Agboja who said, I'm not the one who said it. He said out of 400 contracts, 44% are sole sourcing. It means 167 road contracts were given on sole sourcing. Is that a rare exception? Okudia said when they come to power, they will amend the law and expand sole sourcing from it.
He said that.
That's what, yes. He said they will expand sole sourcing from the law. That's what he said. Sami Jefe said sole sourcing is a source of repeat of the country. They said all this to win elections. Now they themselves, they are sitting in office and awarding sole sourcing contracts. Is it politicians think that we don't understand English?
So Elvis, in one breath, the politicians are taking us for a ride, but in another breath, we should look at the technocrats.
Why is it the technocrats that signed the contract on this one? I'm saying the technocrats have a duty to perform. They don't perform. Blame them. This one I'm mentioning politicians because they are the ones signing.
And they bear.
It's not the chief director who signed the contract.
But the point is they bear.
It's the minister who signed it.
But they bear ultimate responsibility if the contract is not performed to the standards.
You are confusing. I'm saying a duty to perform. Testing a building is not a minister who takes the machine to go and test. It's a professional go to test. The contract signed, the minister who signs, his name that is there. So I'm talking to the minister because he signed. He performed that duty. Then today you come and tell us that it is for agency. What is the agency?
Let's come.
COVID is agency. Now that fuel prices are rising, if we are short of fuel, we have to go and buy fuel sample immediately. You don't need to do tender. That is what is agency. It's not road contract award that is agency. They all know that if they don't do sole source, they can't give contract to their family and friends and political financiers.
Let me help your
because
point.
They have no experience.
Let me help your point. 2026 State of the Nation address. We will ban sole sourcing. President John Mahama. Now, excerpts read. President John Dramani Mahama has announced plans to introduce a new bill in Parliament aimed at strengthening Ghana's public procurement framework and enhancing transparency in the management of state assets. Now, this is the quote. We are bringing a legislation to this house to tighten our procurement process by banning sole source contracts except in exceptional circumstances, which he said. He said, we'll also bring legislation to this house to make it mandatory to seek Parliament's prior approval before any government asset or property is leased out or sold. And this includes lands and state enterprises.
But they have lifted sale of land. They have started selling. They go to Parliament to get that approval. See, so they say all the things just to win votes. And then when they win votes, they come and see the same thing we're condemning. If we don't do it, we can't satisfy our financiers and the rest to make money. If you farm a company in 2025 and you want a contract, they say bring track record. Where are you going to get a track record? So it's only through sole sourcing that you can give those people contract. There's no doubt about it. I have said, look, the law knows that sole sourcing is a legitimate process. Competitive tendering is a legitimate process. Restricted tendering is a legitimate process. So all the discussion about sole sourcing is just for political gains. It's a bogus discussion.
Elvis,
the discussion should be focused on, please, the discussion should be focused on whether, whichever method we use, do we have value for money? So if we use sole sourcing and we have value for money, I have no problem with it. If we use restricted tendering and we have value for money, I don't have a problem. If we use competitive tendering and we have value for, I don't have a problem. As you said, MTN used competitive tendering to build a facility. Government used competitive tendering to build another facility, and MTN is cheaper than the government. So how did it happen? It tells you that for the government, we didn't have value for money. So you can use competitive tendering and still not get value for money. So the discussion as to which method we use is irrelevant. The discussion should be focused on, irrespective of which of the method we use, is it value for money? But when you do politics with sole sourcing in opposition, you are in government, and you are giving 167 contracts in just the road sector, just road, 167 on sole sourcing, the people will come after you. So when they come after you, they are right.
Reparations.
See, the argument about reparations, for me, is good we make the point that this thing that has happened was wrong. It's important. The reparation we're asking for, nobody will pay any reparations. So for me, it doesn't even matter. Nobody will pay. No country is going to pay any reparations. Forget it. And for me, we are even missing the point. Today, if America will come and say it's taking over Africa, it will still take over Africa. We can't do FOCO. We can't do FOCO. Where is your military might on the continent? Where is the African standby force? What is your power in terms of arms in the world today? When you are talking about countries in the arms race, Africa is not mentioned because you are not powerhouse in arms. You don't have anything. You don't have FOCO. So today you are fighting for reparations. If it angers them and they say, okay, we will not pay, we are taking over your content, you can't do FOCO because you have nothing to do FOCO. So instead of us sitting down and say, how do we as a continent begin to also tell the world that we can compete? Let's build our armies, let's build ammunition, let's build things that will deter the West from coming to repeat the slave trade. We are talking tobe instead of doing the right thing. We are nowhere. We are surrounded by several military bases that are Western military bases. Now China is joining the race for military bases. If you are surrounded by military bases and they want to take over your continent, what can you do?
But Elvis,
you can't do FOCO. So let me
ask you a question. The whole idea about actually paying is a small part of this. We are being told that what is the real intent is the fact that these countries admit their role in what happened, number one. Number two, going forward, the kind of world systems around multilateral agencies and its treatments to African countries is re-looked at, right? Even in the past, the former president complained about, credit rating agencies, right? How
all of them bogus complaints. Is it, you are like the Ghanaian who sit there and is complaining will not do anything about his situation. Your complaint will not change anything. It's about doing something about a situation that will change something. America and Israel are joined and they are bombing Iran. Is the UN not there? Has any global what has happened? Even if the UN says stop, America says I won't stop, what will happen? You can't do FOCO. So it's not about we complaining and talking. We are used to complaining and talking. Instead of us sitting and say, look, where is the world going? What makes you a powerful country? What will ensure that when other country attempts to attack you, they'll be scared? These are the things we should think about. You are not thinking about all that, and all you are thinking about that somebody should recognize that some time ago they've done injustice to you. Today, every day injustice is happening. Israel can kill so many people in the Gaza Strip. Nobody says anything. America and Israel are killing people in Iran left and right. Who is saying anything? Syria was destroyed. Who is able to say anything? Libya was destroyed, and who is able to say anything? It is not to be a world power. It is through conquest. Check all the empires around the world. Let nobody convince you that because there's UN. UN is not built for you. UN is built to deceive you to come and sign accords that they will use against you. But they will break that accord and nothing will happen to them. So stop this multilateral and this thing. They are deceit. The thing you are calling multilateral is that deceit to deceive the poor.
The point
it is built by the powerful to protect their interest.
Yes, sir.
So stop thinking about multilateral. Sit down and say we are counting 1.2 million people. How do we join forces to build this?
Elvis makes the point that we should be forward-looking in our approach, right? And says that the current systems doesn't address this problem. But we saw your government line up officials, line up ministers to welcome and celebrate the president. Elvis thinks that, we should be looking at proper homegrown solutions to meet our needs and our demands as it pertains. What are your thoughts around these concerns?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the president himself described it as a moral victory. I mean, so in terms of the finances, as to whether we'll get some financial gains, I'm not too sure about that. I'm not too sure about, but it's good. It's good. It shows that it has put Ghana out there. I mean, that's what I would say. But I'm just surprised. Did you see the vote of Netherlands? Netherlands, I think, abstained, and
all EU countries as a bloc abstained.
Yeah, for me, for somebody who's into immigration who are following international law, in 2023 and 2024, Netherlands rendered an unqualified apology on slavery. So I was particularly shocked when I noticed that the Netherlands had abstained and did not vote for the resolution. But their rep gave an explanation. He said that yes, they condemn slavery, but they do not think that international law could have a retrospective effect.
The EU ambassador said that.
Yes, yes. They raised the issue of retroactivity. So maybe for practitioners of international law, for students of international law, they want to look at it, the retroactive nature of some laws, and see, just for academic purposes. Because I was just shocked, because when they rendered the apology, I was like, wow, these people, they are remorseful and all of that. Then it's time to now vote. You are now abstaining. I was just surprised about that. And then some side issues. I realized, I heard that the Minister of Foreign Affairs wanted to welcome the Foreign Affairs Minister today. They should stop. There's no time for that.
Oh, but senior government officials,
there's no
ministers,
time for that. I'm happy.
CEOs were at the airport to welcome the president.
The president, fine. I mean, he's the head of state and all of that. But to go and gather to welcome a minister, for what? I mean, I don't support that. And I'm happy the minister himself said that if he was consulted, he wouldn't have. Yeah, I mean, it's so unnecessary. Those are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs planning to welcome the minister to stop. I mean,
Ibrahim, it's like I said, many have said that it's not more about the payments, right? But of course, they are big on the fact that artifacts should be returned, right? Historical artifacts that were taken away from us should be returned. Also, they are calling for a change in the world order. So, in fact, if you listen to McCartney, talk about at the World Economic Forum, Davos, talk about how middle superpowers have been complicit in how global powers or superpowers treat the global south. All of that need to change, right? And our own push for making sure that going forward, we are not boxed into a certain corner, but rather our views and our aspirations are also paid attention to when we go to some of these international conferences and all of that. What are your thoughts, very briefly, before we end the show?
Sure. Well, firstly, let's position the reparations with the true architects of it. Do you know who pushed for the reparations? It's a direct question to you, Jude.
I know it started in 1999? No, 96.
Let me help you. 2013. It is CARICOM, that's the Caribbean community. They started this whole push. And they wanted that restorative justice. And it wasn't all about money. It was Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and Grenadines. Now, he's credited with being the principal political driver behind the contemporary push for reparations. He was then joined by Sir Hilary Beckles. He wrote the book, Britain's Black Debt, which gave the framework for reparations. And then P.J. Patterson, the former PM of Jamaica. These are the architects. That's in 2013. In July, at the 34th meeting of CARICOM, they then solidified this agenda to seek reparations. And why them? Who are the main victims of the slave trade? Is it us, we Africans? It's not. It's those in the Caribbean and Americas. They are the ones who deserve the true compensation if you look in terms of restorative justice. And what they said was this: they wanted a formal apology. This is the 10 points of their reparations demands. Yeah, the demands. Formal apology, debt cancellation was a part, repatriation of those who want to return to Africa, investment in health and education to address historical trauma, and the other 6 points of that, but I don't want to linger on. My point is this: that's 2013. 2019, then President Akufo-Addo at the United Nations, when we're doing the year of return, then elevated it. And that's where President Akufo-Addo...
2023, you mean?
2019.
2019.
I've done my work. 2019, at the United Nations General Assembly, that's where President Akufo-Addo, we were doing the year of the return. And again, there was lobbying and there was advocacy from CARICOM, and then we then took it to that level. They'd already started putting in diplomatic anchors. I'm talking CARICOM, the Caribbean community. President Akufo-Addo is credited with taking this advocacy on the United Nations. And he said that no amount of money can actually compensate for the loss of lives and the trauma caused to Africa, but it sets a precedent. So it's never been about the money that I think Elvis is somehow tuned into. Sometimes you need to be in the room to be able to at least guide the conversation. Because if they're saying, and this is what the Europeans are saying, they're saying that there was no international law. And so therefore, they cannot somehow create that restorative justice. We're not asking for international law. Because what happened with South Korea? What happened with Japan? What happened with the Holocaust? These inhumane incidences that happened were properly and duly compensated for. But the moment Africa starts to talk about compensation in monetary terms, then we have rather gone back to the independence psyche that we're trying to move away from. So I think it's not about reparations per se. Because as I mentioned to you, we are not the direct victims of the slave trade. It's those in Jamaica, those in America, those in North America, and then within the transatlantic. So those descendants are the ones who should actually
But our historians tell us in 1996 there was the Accra Declaration under former President Rawlings, but you didn't add it to your list of analysis.
I didn't because the declarations for reparations didn't start today or 2013. This is when the Caribbean community, they actually, how can I call it, institutionalized and developed a strong diplomatic agenda, co-opting Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to join that chorus. The fact that I can say something doesn't make it, manifest. But where you have an agenda whereby from 2013 all the way to 2019, credit to the Caribbean leaders, they made sure that they were lobbying and saying, bring this to the table.
So you agree it goes beyond just asking for some monetary assistance or, payment.
And the 10 points speak to that. They're not talking for money.
It's deeper than that.
It's deeper than that.
An admonition that it happened and its effects is what we are seeing in the global south.
Yes. And then when you have that conversation, it then gives you leverage to re-establish the world order of things. You have to be in the room to negotiate. You can't say that it doesn't matter, it doesn't care. We have to be in the room in order to make sure that...
To decide on...
Yes.
Because even the EU ambassador said that, see, at the time slave trade was legal, right? And the pushback to him was that, see, we weren't even in negotiations deciding on how our people were to be taken out of the continent. So you can't say slave trade was legal at the time, so it is okay that it happened. And for that reason, you disagree.
But let's understand something. It was transactional. Yes, and there's a story of, not a story, or the narrative that we Africans, remember, it wasn't Ghana then, it was the Gold Coast. But again, when did the slavery start? It started before colonialism as we know it.
Ibrahim, we are out of time, but I would really love that we continue the discussion again. So we'll find you on another platform. So you can come and give us these insights. Of course, grateful to Elvis, as always, for bringing, you know, a lot more insights into the conversations we've had today. Of course, Wanda Kuto, who, by the way, has signed a copy of his book for me, The Immigration Formula, Rules, Packaging, and Strategy. The foreword is by Professor Dr. Larry Di Matteo, His Lordship Justice Yoni Kulendi, and Justice Yoni Kulendi makes a really good read, and I'm really looking forward to the contents of this book. Where can we get it to buy?
Yeah, at the Ghana School of Law bookshop.
Ghana School of Law bookshop.
Very soon,
Amazing.
Amazon will
also have it online. Thank you so much for being a part of the show this morning. We are grateful that you could join us. The Breakfast Daily Show continues with Philip and Chris Carter. Don't go away.
This Easter, as homes fill with laughter, shared meals, and love, pause for a moment and remember a child who has no one to celebrate with. Across Ghana, children in selected orphanages are hoping for care, hoping for comfort, hoping for kindness. You can be the reason a child smiles this Easter. Support the Easter Orphan Project 2026. Your donation in cash or in kind will provide warm meals, clothing, school supplies, and essential care for their well-being. Send your mobile money donation to 0550-900-006 or write a check in the name of the City FM Foundation. You may also bring your donation to Channel 1 TV in Tesano, Accra, Ghana. You can donate milk, sugar, rice, toys, books, or detergent. For more information, visit www.citynewsroom.com or call 0550-900-006 or 0302-226-013. The Easter Orphan Project comes off on Monday, 6 April 2026 and is powered by 97.3 City FM with support from Channel 1 TV. This Easter, let your kindness light up a child's life.
Bestie? Yeah! Hey, Fifi! Fifi Blackson, my brother from another mother. You're looking good, man. Oh, come on. You're looking good. Hey! And well fed. You know what? Put this in the guest room for me, okay? And make my bed comfortable. And please, make sure to get UK in my room.
Bestie, meet my lovely family.
We can do that whilst I'm seated and eating. Super. Amazing. It tastes good and better, more than the food we have here in the UK.
Well, thank you very much for the compliment, Uncle Bestie. In fact, I wouldn't mind packaging some for you on your way out.
That's so kind of you, huh? Okay. You don't worry yourself. Why don't you rather cook some for me on the day I'll be leaving?
The Blanksons premieres on Thursday, April 2nd, 2026 at 7:30 p.m. on Channel 1 TV.
The vibe is too much.
Channel 1 TV is celebrating Ochiame Kwame, the cultural icon, the musical genius, and the philanthropist. Kwame turns 50 years in April and Channel 1 TV is celebrating him for his contribution towards arts and culture, health and wellness, and positive impact on the youth. We are hosting OK at 50, a night of 50 songs and love at Plus 233 on April 18 at 7 p.m. till you beg to go home.
Dedicated to my stable girls. It's a one-mic check.
Featuring an all-star lineup of Ghanaian artists who have been impacted by this legend. Kidi, Kwame Eugene, Brothers, Sister Fia, Amrado, Miss V, Abochi, Kwabna, Akwabua, Raskuku, Adina, Abiana, Kweku Darlington, and King Paluta. 10 artists performing 50 songs. It's going to be an all-white party with a purpose. Ochiame wishes to build a pediatric emergency center at Menchia. You see, this is why we love OK. His legacy goes beyond music. Let's celebrate a jam. 1,000 cedis for regular, 1,500 cedis for premium. Call or WhatsApp 0240-341-678 to pre-book your ticket or go on www.okworld.com.gh for all available information.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issues.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome back. It's Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV, and you are once more welcome. And as you already know, Jude started the show, and he and his panelists actually, look at some of the trending topics that are shaping the country and when it comes to the political world. But now we're going to be taking you to 11 a.m. with other things on the menu. My name is Chris Carter.
My name is Philip Nilate. It's been an interesting weekend, though there was an incident that happened at Accra New Town, a very sad one. But in all, it was an interesting one over the weekend at the Back to Your Village Food Festival. And if you were there, you definitely know that the power and also the kind of vim that our patrons came with was it's unmatched. It's unmatched. You can actually not match that particular energy of our patrons. Not to talk about Kwampa that you can see on the screens now. Talked about Gonjaland Association. Yeah. If you go on our social media handles, that is Facebook, Channel 1, you see what Gonjaland Association dance group did. I also want to say a very big thank you to Ghana Dance Company. They also came through and they did like nobody's business at the Ifwa Southern Children's Park. We also got Fahi and Sambo, who they also took us
to the next level. And also we have Just Groove Band, and they took us also, Charlie. It was just an amazing thing. And for the vendors, I want to say a very big thank you to all the vendors that came over. 150 vendors. We had 6 villages, the northern, southern, Akan, grills, snack and drinks villages, and we visited all these villages, and I'm sure that you also enjoyed yourself at the event. But I want to say a very big thank you to sponsors as well that made it possible for us to bring you the Back to Your Village Food Festival over the weekend. EcoBank, thank you so much. And EcoBank came with this baby, Pan-African Savings and Loans, and that was an interesting one. They had to sponsor the Back to Your Village Food Festival. Gino, yeah, thank you so much, Gino. There was a cooking competition yesterday, and there was Batch 2 that won the cooking competition, and Gino actually sponsored that particular cooking competition as well. And we also had Munchie Biscuit. I really don't know where you were, because a lot of people came there to munch on the Munchie Biscuit. We want to say a very big thank you to you. Didishito, yes. Didishito, they also did it like nobody's business after sponsoring the Back to Your Village Food Festival. The National Petroleum Authority, we want to say a very big thank you to you. And Jibu water. I don't know if you've drank water yet. If you haven't, then get Jibu water. I want to say a very big thank you to you. And finally, Trillium Industrial Company Limited, thank you so much for also sponsoring the Back to Your Village Food Festival. It was an exciting one yesterday. In fact, people didn't want us to go home yesterday, and it was a 2-day event, and we did it like nobody's business. Chris, how was your experience yesterday at the Back to Your Village Food Festival?
It was great. I was stationed at the Kinke Boutique.
That's in the southern village. That's in the southern village.
I stationed myself.
You stationed yourself there.
Yes. So I had some good kinky.
Yeah. And trust me, it was.
I started up at the northern village.
It was amazing.
You know,
wow.
Ate some hot wache. Then after I moved down there, and I enjoyed the kinky. Felt like it felt like I was, in somewhere in Osu.
Oh wow,
like
that's nice.
Like the night market.
Yeah.
The
that was the setting. And all that.
Exactly, and the pepper. The pepper is always different.
Yeah.
From that side.
Yeah.
So basically, that's one of the things I enjoy: the black pepper, the shito. So I just wanted to have that feel, so I went to station myself there.
And you actually got what you wanted.
And I had some shrimp, some fishes, different sort of fishes though.
So in the course of the week, we will bring in you highlights of what happened there. I definitely trust us on that, because we will be bringing you sounds and sights of what happened at the Back to Your Village Food Festival. What did we say? A very big thank you to all who participated in that beautiful exercise or that beautiful program. Now we move to the Easter Orphan Project.
Yeah, so the Easter Orphan Project is going to happen next week. So after all the excitement that we had at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, we would like to remind you that there are people out there in the country that do not have any family or friends to celebrate with. While you'll be enjoying with your friends and family and loved ones, remember that there are people in the orphanages that have no one to call them on that day, that have no one to celebrate with them on that day. So we urge you to think about them. That is why we bring you the Easter Orphan Project that's going to be happening on the 4th of April. And this is to help feed, maintain, and support some selected orphanages in the country. Sorry, it's going to be happening on the 6th of April, not the 4th. 6th of April, that's Easter Monday. And it's going to be a very, very inspiring one. So you can be part of this. How can you be part of this? By donating. If you don't have any monetary donations, you can donate a bag of rice, sugar, detergent, old clothes, toys, books, whatever you think can actually make these children feel good on that day. And whatever you think that can contribute into their life, you should contribute. How can you send these contributions? Okay, well, we have some of the items you can donate: milk, sugar, rice, toys, books, detergent, etc. You can come here at Tesana, Channel 1 TV at Tesana, and leave your donations here, or head to City 97.3 FM at Adabraka, and you can leave it there. But when we come to monetary donations, send it via the Momo number 0550 900 006. 0550 900 006. And for more information, visit citynewsroom.com or call the number 0302 226 013.
And after the Easter Orphan Project, we have the Seasons of Prayer that is actually happening from the 1st of April to the 30th of April. So please, if you've not prayed in a very long time, this is an opportunity for you to join the Seasons of Prayer. It's weekdays in April, and like I indicated earlier, it's from the 1st to the 30th of April 2026. The midnight cry starts from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day. Starts from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and also prayer encounter 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. We'll be having further conversations on that on the show. But now let's talk about the Blanksons, shall we?
Yeah, the Blanksons is going to be premiering on TV, and we're excited about this. It's going to be on the April the 2nd, 2026 at 7:30 p.m. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026 at 7:30 p.m. right here on TV, and you definitely do not want to miss it. It's actually a very exciting drama series that we've put together, and I know it's a long time some of you have watched drama series, so sit back, relax, and enjoy this. Yeah, because it's all about a Ghanaian family setting, and you know, and everything that happens there, the ups, the downs, the funny areas, the great areas, and all the parts that make us question ourselves. Yeah, this is the Blanksons coming to you on the 2nd of April 2026.
So make sure that you make a time or make the date so you can watch the Blanksons. But you know, when we talk about drama series, this is like a home setting drama series, and it's going to be interesting. So make sure that you are going to watch it, join us, and enjoy yourself, because it's going to be a very, very fantastic one. It's going to be a very, very, very fantastic one. But as we come to an end of the Heritage Month, we still want to remind you that the set designs or the traditional furniture you can see on the set that we've always been bringing you, and what you can see on the screen now, it's actually brought to you from Tekura Design. So that is what you can see. It's well crafted designs. That is what you can see on the screen. So if you want this to decorate your space, why not get in touch with them, and also you can visit them at the Adenta showroom, and also you can also get the chance to see more of this on their social media handles. So you visit Tekura Designs and you get to choose what you want, and voila, they can definitely donate, or rather deliver to you wherever you are. But you can also go there and choose for yourself. You can choose on social media as well. Anyway, done with the promos and the announcements. So now we're going to move straight into what we have for you today. We have a number of things for you today. You want to start with this one that we were talking about not long ago, that has to do with the Seasons of Prayer. And we are saying that if you've not prayed in a very long time, this is an opportunity for you to call on God. And of course, you're still putting the year into the hands of God so that you take us through the entire year. Looking at some of the things that are happening recently, it tells us that we really need to pray, and so that we just seek the face of the Lord. But in studio for us to have conversations on the Seasons of Prayer as radio pastor on 97.3 FM, Pastor Mauli Chikata. I call him Reverend. Pastor Mauli Chikata, how are you doing?
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh,
morning.
How's the weekend?
It's been good.
Were you at the back to your village?
No.
Oh, okay.
a lot of church stuff.
We ate the tutukwapa in your name.
I saw you. I saw you in the photos and in the videos.
Nice one. So let's talk about the seasons of prayer. First of all, tell us about this particular radio program.
So Seasons of Prayer is a month-long prayer program that we have on CT 97.3 FM and on Channel 1 TV. And it's a build-up to our family month. CT and Channel 1, we believe we are a family-oriented radio and TV station, a family-oriented media house. And so we dedicate a month to deal with issues that have to do with the family. So that happens in May, and we kickstart our family month with the family consecration service. But before the family consecration service, we dedicate the month of April to pray family-specific prayers as a build-up to the family consecration service and our family month celebration. So Seasons of Prayer is a time we dedicate specifically, solely, for praying for our families.
Pastor Molly, I want to ask, maybe some Christians may know, others who also want to join the Seasons of Prayer would also want to learn. Why must we pray?
We must pray because it is what God has ordained for us to do. And as human beings, we go through times and seasons where life gets difficult. And even when life is good for you, you need to understand that what is good only comes from God, because the scripture says that there is nothing good that happens to us that does not come from the Father of light, in whom there is no variableness or there's no shadow of turning. So every good thing comes from God. Every good gift comes from God. So whether you are going through good times, bad times, the centrality of everything around us is God. And so while we live in this world that is a fallen world, we'll go through challenges. And so we believe that when we pray, God gives us the grace, God gives us the strength, God gives us the capacity to walk through the difficult moments of life. And Jesus speaks of a parable in Luke chapter 18, verse 1, where he says, men always ought to pray. And not faint. So we ought always. The word ought there means it's a requirement. It's not an option.
We must.
We must. If you ought to do something, it means that you don't have an option to say no. So we must. And he didn't say must pray sometimes. He says men must always pray and not give up. So what that means is that when you don't pray, the tendency for you to give up is very high. And if you find yourself in that situation where it feels like you want to give up, you want to throw in the towel, one of the things you need to check is whether you are praying or not. So Jesus himself tells us that we must always pray so that we don't give up.
Right, but who can be part of the Seasons of Prayer? Who can join?
Anybody. Once you are born into this world, you are born into a family. And Seasons of Prayer is dedicated to prayer for families. So once you are in this world, you belong to a family. And so you need to pray for your family. So anybody, everyone is invited to join us for Seasons of Prayer.
Right, so it's divided into 3 parts. So why is it divided into 3 parts?
So it's 3 parts, and that's why we call it seasons. Because every prayer time is a season for us. So we begin with the midnight cry from 12 to 1 a.m. And then we do our normal programming, which is This Is Your Day from 4 to 6 a.m. And then the afternoon from 12 to 1 p.m. Just to give us the opportunities, like a buffet of prayer opportunities for you, whichever one that suits your time schedule, you join in to pray. But we like to encourage everybody to join all the 3 seasons, because it's not the same. It's not the same as at the midnight. It's not the same on This Is Your Day. It's not the same in the afternoon. The experience is different. The atmosphere is different, and so we want to encourage everybody to join us during these seasons to pray for their families.
Wow. So what of people who cannot join immediately on radio? What arrangement has been done for them and people who would also want to join maybe later after they are done with the work, that their work schedule, it doesn't fall in any of these three?
So thankfully it's live on radio. The midnight and the dawn, this is your day, 4 to 6 a.m. will be live on radio and on TV as well. The afternoon is only on Facebook and YouTube. So you can join the afternoon one on Facebook and YouTube. And also, every one of the seasons, the midnight is on Facebook and YouTube. The This Is Your Day is also on Facebook and YouTube. So if your work schedule does not give you the opportunity to join us live, you can watch the playback and pray when you go to our pages on Facebook and also on our channels on YouTube as well. So it's online. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. It's online.
What will be some of the key things you'll be touching on for us to pray about?
So we're going to look at issues in the family that most people find it difficult to pray about. So we're going to look at family offenses. You know, there are families that brothers are not talking to each other. There are families that even the parents are not talking to their children. And this calls for prayer. There are offenses that have to be dealt with. The scripture describes an offended person as one who has built a wall around himself that even a whole city gets it difficult to break through. So we are praying to God that these offenses will go away. We are going to deal with family health, issues of healing and strength for families. We're going to deal with issues of finances in our families.
Very important.
There are parents who are dealing with their children who have special needs. Children with special needs. Parents need encouragement and looking for healing and breakthrough. We're going to deal with issues like that. We're going to also deal with people who are looking forward to marriage, singles who are looking to get married. We're going to pray in these directions. We're going to pray also for marriages, that God will strengthen marriages, strengthen homes, because the home is the basic unit of what happens in our society and our nation at large. So we're going to deal with various arms of what constitutes the family and what issues affect the family. So different areas will be dealt with. I just gave you just a few.
You did. And I hope there is a way that these listeners or people who are participating can get in touch as the prayer session is going on.
Yes.
Probably.
So while the prayer is going on, you can get in touch with us on the WhatsApp line that we use on radio. It's 053 9986 996. That's the WhatsApp line we use when the program is live. But if you need any other information, you can get in touch on 0244 981112.
Thank you so much, Pastor Mauli. Final words from you before you take it.
Yes, I want to encourage everyone watching us to join us for seasons of prayer and look forward to the family consecration service. Family consecration service is happening on the 1st of May. Yes, at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel. It's Friday, 1st of May. It's happening. I want to encourage everyone watching to join us for seasons of prayer as a build-up for the family consecration service.
Pastor Mauli, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Pastor Mauli Chikata is our radio pastor, City 97.3 FM, and he's spoken to us extensively about the seasons of prayer. Make sure that you join. It's from the 1st to the 30th of April 2026. Let's take a break here. When we come back, we have more for you on Breakfast Daily. Stay with us.
Ago.
experience with Franco Smart Television. Enjoy full HD and 4K Ultra display for clearer pictures, brighter colors, and smarter features. From our 32-inch screen, perfect for your bedroom, to 55, 65, and massive 100 inches for your living room or office. We've got the perfect size and quality. For retailing and bulk purchasing, call the numbers on the screen or visit our website at www.francotrading.com. You can download the Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Franco Television, we've got the perfect size for every room. Franco, home of quality television.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ago.
Grateful that you stayed with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We just had a conversation with Reverend Mauli Chikata about the seasons of prayer that is starting from 1st to 30th of April 2026. But for now, let's have a conversation around this. It's a very sad situation. It happened yesterday at the Accra New Town. And Chris, when I saw this, I was sad.
It's sad, and it's complicated at the same time, and also very ironic. Ironic because a lot of times most of us complain that we want the rain. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot.
Sad.
But at the same time, while we want the rain, it is actually either causing harm somewhere else, you know, causing problems somewhere else. So throughout this season, I don't know how I'm going to feel, because I really do want the rain, but this is quite a sad one.
Very sad one.
That,
So yesterday,
you know,
actually, 3 people have been confirmed
dead. Yeah.
20 others have been rescued from the collapse of the uncompleted 4-story building near the experimental DA school in Accra New Town. We understand the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, is there currently, and our reporter on the grounds is Samuel Akom. Let's establish contact with Samuel Akom if he is joining us. Samuel, good morning once again.
Right, good morning, Philip. If you can hear me, I'm still on the grounds.
Yeah, so tell us what is happening there now. We understand the Vice President has come there. Tell us about the situation and what more you can report from the place.
That is accurate, Philip. And if you can see me, I'm currently in my nose mask. That is to suggest that a moment before the Vice President appeared here, the excavators were on grounds trying to excavate all the structures and the concrete here. But the latest update is that the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, has arrived at the scene. And as protocol demands, once you arrive here, you go into the briefing room for security officials to brief you. So as we speak now, she is currently in the briefing room set up by the Ghana Armed Forces, receiving briefing. And then afterwards, I am pretty sure she will be engaging the media here. So that is what has been happening currently, or happening here currently. You can see security, heavy security detail here, signaling the presence of the vice president.
All right. Do you know if there are people still trapped under the building?
Right. With this, we have engaged several officials, and officials say that yesterday when the incident happened, they remained here on grounds to ensure that no individual is left behind, whether dead or alive. And as international protocols demand, when such incidents happen, first you look for the victims, and then you look for individuals, whether dead or alive. And so all of these things, according to officials, say that they did them. But then today, when we engaged the residents around here, some tell us that they believe some of them may still be in there. That is what the residents tell us. That is their account of the resident. But for officials, they are very cocksure that all persons or victims who are involved have been taken care of. And as we know now, 20 persons are currently receiving treatment, and 3 have unfortunately lost their lives. And so we spoke to the Member of Parliament for the area, who indicated that those who are alive have been sent to hospitals like the 37 military hospital. Some were sent to the UGMC, several hospitals across. And so we also questioned whether they've gotten in touch with the family members of some of the victims. And the MP tell us that when the incident happened, they got in touch with a father of one of the victims. And that father who appeared here, and unfortunately had 5 of his persons in there. That is to say that wife and then children. And so they followed up and they sent them to the hospital. As to whether or not any of them lost their lives, they are yet to confirm. But the MP tell us that that father had 5 of his relatives or directly related persons in there. And so that is what has been happening. But I must say, a very troubling thing, because we engage more residents and they say that we must help in advocating for one of the buildings here. If we can pan to my extreme right, if you can see extreme right, with dotted that building where you can see some lady hold a poly bag. Residents say that when you walk within the building, you can feel that it is also quite shaky. And so it means that if their account are to be taken into consideration, the structural integrity of that building is also not quite safe. And so the residents are also advising that authorities will, as soon as possible, have an assessment of that building to ensure that if it is not in good state, it is brought down. That is because it is a current classroom structure. We do know that a moment ago we engaged the GES Director General, Professor Davis, who stated that the students must not return until all of these assessments are made to ensure that their safety can be guaranteed. And so we are hoping that if authorities are watching, they will listen to the residents and as soon as possible carry out some assessment on the remaining structures before the students return.
All right, so I'm sure there are people joining us on air right now, I mean, listening to us and just hearing this for the first time. But I just want to know, did the government or officials ever tell the owners of the building that, you know, your building is not strong to hold people?
Okay, right. So the building in question here belongs to the government of Ghana because it belongs to the Accra Newtown Experimental DA School. And so the building itself belongs to the government. But residents here tell us that they brought a security man here purposely for that building because government issued a directive, that is the assembly issued a directive that the building shouldn't be put to use. And of course, we spoke to the assembly member for the area who indicated that they had plans on collapsing the structure, demolishing the structure a few days ago. And this unfortunate incident has happened. And so they gave warnings that it should not be used. But if you listen to the account of the residents, the place was still being used for church activities. And of course, as at the time the incident happened, a church service was happening. That some residents also tell us that they are even, I mean, it's a sad incident, but they are quite thankful that it didn't happen in a weekday because students would have being in that structure, it is not actively used for activities, right? School activities, but then some students pass through, jumping around and studying and all. I'm told the Vice President is coming, so if you will indulge me, let's listen to what the Vice President will have to say after receiving that briefing. And so you can see media personnel and security persons trying to arrange themselves as protocol demands to ensure that we'll be able to get the best out of this particular press briefing. It is really, really a sad incident, I must say. And we can see the Vice President engaging a military officer, Amponsa, according to the name tag on his uniform. You can also see Minister for the Interior, Mohamed Buntaka, as well. You can see the head of the Ghana National Fire Service as well. You can see the Member of Parliament. You can see the Deputy Director General of the National Disaster Management Organization. And of course, you can see the Accra Mayor in short as well. They are having some conversations, and pretty sure whatever the conversation is, the part where the media or the public is to be told, they will let us know. But if you just joined us, I must remind you that we are currently at the New Accra New Town Experimental DA School, where the unfortunate incident happened here yesterday, where a building collapsed, trapping, according to confirmed reports, 23 individuals and 20 currently at the hospital, and 3 unfortunately losing their lives. And several officials have been here. Security persons are on grounds, Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Army, Ghana Police Service, of course, the ambulance service as well. And, the Ghana Education Service, Director General was here a moment ago. Okay, it looks like the Vice President, together with the Interior Minister, and the officials are done having their engagement, and so they will be addressing the media briefly. Let's get close a bit, while being so careful not to obstruct any security protocol, to see the best we can get for you. Okay. Yeah. If listening to the conversation, I think the Vice President is engaging an individual together with the Interior Minister about how several warnings went out to community members not to use that facility, and you can tell that she is troubled that such an incident will happen. I mean, every life matter to think of the fact that 3 persons have lost their lives. She looks visibly distressed. And you can hear give way. Yes, the security detail clearing the way. Security detail, trying to make way for the Vice President as she makes her way to her car. Okay, so I'm told that she will be heading to some of the hospital facilities where the victims were taken to. So on grounds, we have our Vice Presidential correspondent as well, who is with the Vice President, and we are pretty sure we'll be able to bring you the update on whatever transpires there. But for the Vice President, unfortunately, we've not been able to engage her as she is. But let's go close to the Interior Minister to see if we'll be able to get a sound from the Interior Minister as he tries to. Okay, so I'm told they are currently headed to the 37 Military Hospital. And Philip and Chris Carter, if you can hear me, I earlier indicated that the victims were taken to several hospital facilities, including the UGMC 37 Military Hospital and several others. And I'm told the Vice President is headed there currently to find out the situation of the victims. And so the convoy has moved now. And so if you can see in your shot. So Philip, that is what has been happening here. The Vice President's visit is over, and she is. Yes, Philip, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
So, Sami, thank you so much. Keep monitoring events there for us. We will definitely come back to you and learn more what is happening there, and also get to see what the military or the Ghana National Fire Service officials are doing on the grounds. Thank you so much, Samuel Akom, who is a man on the grounds. Following the disaster that happened yesterday, 3 people have been confirmed dead, while 20 others have been rescued from the collapse of an uncompleted 4-story building near the experimental DA school in Accra, Newtown. The incident occurred yesterday, Sunday, March 29, 2026, while a group of worshippers had gathered inside the structure, which had reportedly been converted into a makeshift church. The collapse triggered panic in the area and prompted swift emergency response. So if you have the footages, we can still put it on the screens for our viewers to know exactly what we are talking about. So according to the Ghana National Fire Service, the incident was reported at 5:01 p.m. with the first and second rescue team from the national headquarters arriving promptly at 5:17 p.m. and 5:19 p.m. respectively to begin search and rescue operations. Initial reports indicate that several persons were trapped beneath the rubble, and in total 23 individuals comprising 15 females and 8 males, including 3 minors, were caught in the collapse. Through the coordinated efforts of the Ghana National Fire Service personnel, other emergency agencies and local residents, 20 victims were successfully rescued and transported to various health facilities for treatment, which we understand the Vice President is actually also visiting some of the health facilities, specifically at the 37 military hospital. However, 3 people, 2 females and 1 male, lost their lives. Their remains have been handed over to the police for preservation and further investigations. But when it comes to these issues, we would want to tap into the knowledge of some experts, of some analysts and people who have dealt in this space for a very long time. Engineer Abdullahi Mahama is a building and road consultant. We want to speak to him briefly, and he is joining us via phone. Engineer Mahama, good morning.
Good morning, Philip.
Engineer Mahama, when you saw this story, or you got the notification of what has happened at Accra, Newtown, what was your initial reaction?
Well, let me say a good morning to yourself and Chris. You're looking good this morning.
Thank you so much.
It is just like a repetition of what I always dread to envisage happening in Accra. I think 2020, I was one of the radio stations, and I made a statement that went viral. At least a lot of people who contacted me had wanted to see their buildings, and there were challenges, real challenges. Some of them had to end at the Ghana Institute of Engineering, arbitration, and other things. I said most storage buildings in Accra are standing by the grace of God. The day God takes his eye for a microsecond, a lot of buildings in Accra will be on the ground. I made it like that. People who didn't understand what I meant, like a prophetic statement, but that is what the reality is. And so you drive in Accra and you see a lot of buildings and you question yourself that, are these buildings going through the basic building compliance requirements? Are they complying to the building regulations? Absolutely not. I'm not too sure that we have fully learned from the December 2012 Malcolm disaster. If we had really learned from that, I'm sure that we would have been doing a lot more better in our built environment. I said again that we conducted a test around Abukubi Enclave, and as we entered the structure to look at the structural integrity analysis, the pastor that was driving at a distance from the building, you could feel the vibration of the building, so we have to leave immediately in order to avoid any calamity that would have befallen us. That is how bad some of our structures are performing in Accra. And it is about time that every sector of the built environment who are responsible for some of these things have to be brought to fore to ensure that we do the right thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to write anything good about our built environment in the country. Others sadly are the individuals who have their money, and because they know that there are weakness in our laws and supervision, they choose to do what they desire. And one of the critical things that we have to start to guard ourselves against is that somebody would have put up a 3-story building. Let's say it started with a ground floor and second floor, purported, or the purpose of the building is to be an apartment. Along the line, that person ran out of cash. He sells the building to somebody who now decides to use the building for a different purpose. On the 3rd floor, that person decides to use that place as a warehouse, as a store. Stores for other business activity. When that suddenly happens, because the building document was given to the assembly for the approval, you have to revisit the design and then model it to meet what specification or what the purpose of the building had now turned to. If you don't do that, that is where you have challenges with some of these things that we have everywhere. You see a building just going up. Somebody has about 3-story building to put up. Then the person just becomes financially capable. They said, I want to add 2 more floors. And the masons will come and say, these are the things we're having a problem with. Now, you see, let me give one scenario. You are in a house with your family. On your 1st floor, because it's an apartment, we have what we call the dead load, which is the concrete load itself. So the columns underneath the building are carrying their own load already. Now, what we call the life load. The life load is the individuals who are occupying the building, including the tables, and they are all classified because they are movable. Because they're light, they can move and they can be removed, they can be placed back. Those are some your life loads. The human being, let's say, if you have a family of 5, it means that you have 5, maximum is about 6, 7. You have some TVs, your wardrobes and other things. Now, when that same building is changed to be a business hub, a business facility, it means you are going to have quadruple the load that is going to be added to the life load. This changes the whole scheme. And this is some that things that the assemblies do not go in, some of them do not going to go and revisit and remodel. And the individuals who are also putting up these buildings overlook. In fact, we can't say that, Felix, we have not gotten to the stage where people are not aware. The education bit is really gone far. The recalcitrant nature or the indiscipline of individuals and corporate bodies who are doing some of these things have to be watched, and they can be watched by the institutions that matter. How come that whenever a foreigner or a foreign entity buys a facility or a structure to use for something, they look for the engineers to come and do what we call the structural integrity analysis for the building before they move into being occupied or before they buy the building to remodel it to meet their standards? How can they do that? And we sit here and we don't do that for our buildings. How come? And the one other thing is that both mosques and churches will start with a very small structure. Let's say we have a population of about 50. Then the church or the mosque is growing. To say, oh, let's add 1 floor. Then they look for the masons in the church or the mosque. And these guys do some calculation. They go and buy the iron rods. They put the 1st floor. They put the 2nd floor. When you come to write stop work on the building, you are deemed or you are termed an able person from the local assemblies. And these buildings, we have seen a lot of them cut across. In fact, I have some in Sawam. I've seen some in Accra. I've seen some at Kwashiman. And we have seen them one time too many. All of us are aware. How come a church or a mosque will start, or let me say a religious center will start with about 50 people? They become 200. It becomes 300. Before you see, we're on the 3rd floor. In the eastern region, about 5 years ago, remember there was a 6-story building for a church that collapsed. What was the remedy? This happens to be another church or a multi-purpose building. It's collapsed. How many times must we get to that stage? This morning, I was sad when I saw on the portals, one man there saying, "My daughter is no more." He was running. He was actually had to be rescued, he himself, before he was entering the debris to go and look for his daughter. That is how sad the issue has become. And the next 2 days, 1 week, 1 month is a business as usual. Business as usual. And I speak with this because I'm saying that these are things that I've said over my timelines. You go to my Facebook, it's there. It's like it's repeating itself from like 2018, 2017, all over. I warn Ghanaians every single year. I do about 4 videos about these areas. I start on roads, I start on buildings, I start on integrity analysis, and the fact that we are not doing the right thing in all our built environments. And I move to the assemblies. I speak about how if they have the shortfall of the technical competence, the same act gives them the power to now co-opt members outside and surcharge when they are done with the work for them. So some assemblies may not have the engineers who are supposed to be the structural engineers, but when it becomes necessary that these buildings have to be assessed structurally, you co-opt people from the consortium, and then they come and do this, and then at a fee, then the client who's intend to buy those structures is built. We should do this. So every challenge that we have in the country, there's a solution in the same document that we have. There are solutions.
Okay, Engineer Mahama, I remember you talking about this some years ago with us on this same show, and this feels like a deja vu. It feels like something I've heard before over and over again. But now, the main thing is, when this sort of issues happen, who is supposed to be held accountable at this point?
I am told that this particular one that we are discussing now, the local assembly have just gone to assess the structure about some few weeks ago, and they have classified it as a building that is not structurally sound. And they were at the verge of taking the next step, which is to probably come and bring the building down. Once you assess and you have had evidence of the fact that the building is not structurally sound, immediately you put off the place, potential danger or havoc. Right. Nobody should occupy the place. Whether the school say, "Oh, we are school children, we don't have anywhere to go." It's not about not having anywhere to go. "Oh, we are a church, we have to come and worship here." It's not about that. Because the time ticking bomb is that you don't know the exact second that the building will come down. You will see that the building is deteriorating, but the time T is not defined. And that is when it immediately assess the structure that we are in this state, you cut off the place. So if the assembly assessed it and they didn't put the potential danger that nobody's supposed to occupy this place, then first of all, we have to hold the assembly accountable because they have done an investigation and they have found out that the building was not fit for purpose, for cohabitation. Right. So how come they allow that to happen? If you have done the assessment, you have a resource backing that. That resource, if you put it on the air, you give it to Channel 1, see, we have gone to this place and we have told these people not to go here, and they are going there. In fact, the whole country will rise against those people who are there because you have done your part. Maybe you couldn't get the official to back you, but if it is sneaked out into the public the space, people will not say, there's assembly they work. They actually warned everybody, but people were recalcitrant. I saw a building on the Kaswa Street where fire was engulfing a whole church building, and the people came out and they were praying. It took, when they realized the fire was not coming down, then they now invited the fire service. What kind of mentality do we have?
Engineer Mahama, we've spoken about structural integrity analysis for a very long time on the show. Let's understand, what is the process like? What really goes into it? How is it done? Because with this particular building, when it was up, you could see that the pillars were very thin. I don't know whether, I'm not an engineer, so take us through the process. Let's understand what goes into the structural integrity analysis.
So what happens is that when they see a building like this, and then maybe let's say you are the one buying, Faith has so much money, so she's going to buy this for some nice shops, and so she invites us to come and do the assessment for her. You have to now take this building, what we call as built. You model the design on your laptop, whatever your application. You recalculate and see that whether the building as it stands, the columns, the iron rods, before you have a lot of machinery, we have the rebar detector. I can just put the rebar detector on the wall, the column, and I will know the type of iron rod in the size of iron rod in the column, the spacing. In fact, I've just ordered one from China, which will be coming back in about 2 weeks' time. So these are some of the things we always pray. So once you just do that, it's able to detect the iron rods in the column. Now, the design that I've modeled right away, I'll ask myself, does it meet the minimum requirement in the column? Yes, I take it that's done. The foundation with which the building is sitting on, maybe now the building was supposed to be on a 3rd floor. Now we're on the 4th floor. Was there any allowance in the determination of the foundation, what we call the bearing capacities? Whether the bearing capacity was supposed to take about 250 units per meter squared, but the building is sitting on 100, so it means that it can carry it. Then you check the soil test, you check the information you have from the soil test, you check the design that is there, you do the modeling. When all those results tick the boxes, then you look at aesthetics as well. If everything is okay, then now you give the consent to the client. You know what we call the boring. You take the concrete, you call the concrete to the lab to go and crash it, whether the needed strength that was supposed to be done, you are missing it. And then you have a snake hammer. You use it to hit the column. You get the immediate readings of the strength of the concrete. But the most important one is that you call some of the slab and the columns, you take them to the lab, and you go and then run the test on them. Even the aggregates, the concrete, you can just go and crash them and take the chippings and run all those tests that you are supposed to run. And then you come out with the results, and you give it you recommend to your client whether the building is safe to stand or is supposed to be brought down. These are the basic things that we have to do. And like you said, this information you are giving out today is going viral. People are listening. As to whether they will put it into practice is what we all hold we wait to see.
Wow. So when it comes to this structural integrity thing that you've mentioned, how long does it take for the process to be completed? Looking at the kind of structure we are talking about now.
An engineer can pick this building. Let's say, as it's not down, it's standing. An engineer who has, in fact, the building will have their documents, their drawings already there. And then the engineer would engage whoever was doing the construction. The engineer will just pick these designs and remodel them. This will not take him out to 2 weeks. 2 weeks to finish their modeling. Wow. And then, the soil test. We can go to the site today, run the soil test, do the snake hammer to check the strength of the concrete in 1 day. We can call the slabs and the columns and then pick from there to the lab. It will take us, let's say we're able to call today, the next 1 minute, or let me say the 30 minutes after the calling, we can get the strength to determine the strength of the concrete as of now, so that we can be taking the boxes. The design will be done, model will be done, maximum 2 weeks. This thing is supposed to come out. You can even crash a program and finish it in 1 week. So there's not like it's about maybe a 6 months. What I'm saying, the process I'm just giving, it's not about some 6 months or something. This can be crashed, and I'm just giving the least time you can finish this, maybe in 2 weeks' time. This thing should be out for you to have an assessment of the basic requirement that you need to meet for this structure to either be determined whether it should stand or it should go down.
Mama, thank you so much for your time. But before you take leave of us, your final words on this and the way forward.
The indiscipline is just rising. It's indiscipline on buildings, indiscipline on roads, everything. We are flouting the laws and expecting God to hold the buildings. And I'll repeat again, most buildings in Accra are standing by the grace of God. When God turns his eye off in a microsecond, a lot of buildings will come down in Accra, in the capitals, not only in Accra. So we should doubt our buildings if we didn't do it right. We should engage the engineer to go and assess our buildings. Any building which is standing now can be assessed, and then the competency of the building can be determined by any engineer who is what he sought. And Engineer Mama is one of them. Thank you very much.
Mama, thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure having you on our show and also discussing issues like this, which is not a pleasant one, though. Thank you so much for your time. If you're just joining us, we brought you live pictures and sounds from the Accra Newtown area. That is the DA school, experimental DA school, where 3 people have been confirmed dead and 20 others have been rescued from the collapse of the uncompleted 4-story building near the experimental DA school in Accra Newtown. The Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, just left the place. we understand she's going to the 37 military hospital where we understand that some of the victims are receiving treatment there. We will bring you more of this here on Channel 1 TV. So stay with us as we bring you update of what is happening. But not long ago, we spoke to Engineer Abdullahi Mahama, who has actually stated what should be done and what we are not doing as a country. He's also warned that most of the high-rise buildings, don't put it that way, are actually standing by the grace of God. Chris.
It's sad.
Very.
It's sad. It's sad.
Very. Because
it's sad,
when I saw the video of the father who ran to the former Interior Minister, Henry Kortian, former MP for that constituency, Eyewitness Central, it broke me down, because just imagine having your daughter or your child telling you that, Daddy, I'm going to church and I'll be back, and just for you to hear that there has been a collapse of a building, for you to get there and your daughter is lying there lifeless. It's just a sad moment.
Yeah.
Very sad. And he couldn't help himself. He couldn't.
No one can help themselves at this situation. But at the end of the day, like Engineer Mahama said, I think it's very important for us to adhere to the right things, adhere to all the protocols. Because at the end of the day, when we try to cut corners, this is what happens when we try to cut corners.
And someone sent a message, actually. Let me read this message. And we are just also grateful that class wasn't in session by that time. So my question is, who authorized or permitted and supervised the erection of the collapsed school building at the first place? And who is to be held responsible at this juncture? I am wondering what the story would have been if school were in session. This is coming from Jomo Pokwase Festus. Anyway, we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we have more for you on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Stay with us.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
We are grateful to the President, Ghana.
Ubechi akosuruse seya uchu konsurusa wia uba inside so ubeye ne seya na odi aba abontin.
Fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like that sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. Stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, this is Breakfast Daily, and now we're about to have an interesting conversation. And this is a conversation that actually affects a lot of people in the world. I would not want to say just Ghana, but in the world. And sometimes we do not know how to handle it. And this conversation is about autism. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in the studio with us Air Commodore Thomas Okai, who is the Director General of Policy, General Headquarters, Ghana Armed Forces, and Lieutenant Erajua Kumitremem, Clinical Health Psychologist, Therapy and Wellness Department, and Peter Shinyon, who actually living the experience of, having a child with autism spectrum disorder. And you're all welcome.
Thank you.
So this conversation is going to be about the Autism Awareness Month and Special Needs Center Building Project that's going to be happening on the 2nd of April, 2026. So let's get straight into the conversation. First of all, why is it important for us to be aware of, autism?
All right, thank you very much for the question. And so, autism in general is something, like you rightly said, affects a lot of people. And if I'm to define it, would call it as an example of a neurodevelopmental disorder. So there are lots of other neurodevelopmental disorders, of which autism is one. We need to pay attention because it is quite prevalent amongst children, and we have to know how to adapt and adjust our environment to meet their specific needs.
Right. Right, and Peter, you have a child living with autism. Okay, how does it feel?
First of all, the first thing is denial. You don't want to believe that your child is with that condition. But as time goes on, you need to come to that understanding that this is a special child with a special need, and the need for you to adapt. And here you have to unlearn
a lot of things,
just to be able to fit and make that child feel that he belongs to the family. So it has not been easy, but with the help that we had from the school and other knowledge, we are able to keep going, and the Lord is our help.
Yeah, something just caught my attention right now, and it's making me emotional. The fact that you said you have to unlearn, because we live in a society that does not even want to listen to any other advice when it comes to certain conditions. But I like the fact that you said you have to unlearn. So that means you are gentle with your child. That's a good one. And Mr. Thomas, or Air Commodore Thomas, why is it important for the Ghana Armed Forces to come into this whole discussion?
Thank you very much. We realize that a number of our people, the personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces, have children with special needs. And this strains them a lot in terms of finances, emotionally. So what it means then is that they will not have the mind to be able to work to their full efficiency, and so operations will suffer. And so it is very, very important for us to come to the aid of our personnel, not only our personnel, but the larger society. As the conversation unfolds, we'll get into some of the nitty-gritty of this.
Right. So I'm coming back to you, Erajua.
Yeah.
Do I call you Captain, Lieutenant? What
you
do I
can call me
you?
Erajua.
All right. Because I want to be sure.
You can call me Erajua.
All right. So, Erajua, there are different spectrums of, autism.
Yeah.
Let us understand it, because I'm asking this question because I realized I was reading the life of one actor, the guy that acted Prison Break. Okay. Everybody loves him. Yeah, he's so good. Yeah. But even at his old age, he was diagnosed of autism.
Yes.
So let's talk about these spectrums.
So we call it autism spectrum disorder because no two people with autism are the same.
Oh.
Yes. And so, like I mentioned, it is one example of neurodevelopmental disorders. Ideally, a neurodevelopmental disorder should be diagnosed in a child before they start school. And so with autism, there are certain specific characteristics that define. You can't just get up and say that somebody has autism. There are certain things in particular that will show. So people on the autism spectrum usually are a stickler for routine. They like things to be just the way it is. They also have differences in their processing of sensory information. They also have difficulties or differences in social interaction and communication. Most people on the spectrum, the autism spectrum, tend to have very, very focused interests. So if they like this, they like it. If they don't like this, they don't like it at all. And that's why we call it a spectrum. Just as with light, we have different colors that manifest when light is dispersed. Same way, we have different levels of severity when it comes to autism.
All right, so I'll come back to you, Mr. Peter. When you were told that your child is on a spectrum, how did that make you feel? And how did you adjust?
Okay, so this is our first son, and the expectations were so high, and along the line we saw that some of the things that are supposed to happen naturally were not forthcoming. And so, but at the time we saw that because it's our first child and we are alone, we believe that with time everything is going to be okay. But then we begin to see certain signs that are off the normal thing that we know. As she mentioned, sometimes he will be glued to a particular advert on television.
Hyperfixated on that.
Exactly. And Channel 1 is one of the channels that he likes so much. And if you change the channel, there's an issue. And so we begin to ask questions. So we ended at Kolebu, and then they've done
all the tests.
Then they referred to another specialty hospital at Accra Newtown. So there we were told that he's of the mild spectrum. As she says, mean that so there are level of it. So when it came to us, it was not easy. And as I mentioned, we were in a state of denial, but we have to embrace it and begin to now unlearn and be able to cope. And so that was the initial situation that we find ourselves in. But as time goes on, we came to the understanding that this is a special child that God has given us.
How old is he?
He's 8.
He's 8?
Yeah.
That's very interesting. And I'm sure he has special talents or special things that he likes to do. What does he like to do for fun?
So he likes to sing.
Ooh.
And that is why, I don't know for what reason, Channel 1, when he comes from school, he looks for the remote, and he wanted to be on Channel 1 TV.
Oh.
And he will be singing all the rhyme that he watched. And because of that, we have carefully selected some videos, basically to do with speech and all that. And so that is what, if it's not watching Channel 1 TV, then that's pen drive is locked in.
Yeah.
And
does it like Auntie Rachel?
Sorry?
Miss Rachel. Does it like Miss Rachel?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We have that one.
Please, we want a lot of Miss Rachel.
So
at least it will help him with speech. Yeah.
Exactly. So he'll be singing those rhymes at any time that is free, and we're still monitoring to see other area that his interest will be, so that we can follow up to see the help that we can be given to him to be able to do it well.
Oh, I'm glad that he likes Channel 1. Don't worry, everything will be fine. And when you hear about the building project that they're about to embark on, how do you feel about it?
It's very I would say that it's long overdue, because a typical day for a parent and a child with special need is not easy at all.
Yeah.
And for us as a young couple, I have to readjust in terms of my work.
Yeah.
And that has impacted.
So basically, life changes.
Changes. You have to unlearn and begin to do things differently. And my wife is work in the corporate, and I have to realign things just to make sure that I'm always available. And I send him to school every Monday at Thema and pick him up on Friday.
Oh.
That alone is not easy. And his food is also another issue. He does not eat just any food.
He's picky.
Yeah, so for some of them, because of their sensory preferences, some of them prefer a particular texture of food. So you can have someone who is 15 years and will not touch anything that's a porridge because they prefer it to be smooth. Some of them prefer things that are gritty. So if it is not that way, they will not touch the food. So like he's saying, there's a lot of readjustment and recalibration that you have to go to adapt and adjust to your special needs child.
Okay. Kudos to all special needs parents. This is not easy. It might look easy sometimes from the outside, but we don't know what you're feeling. But you made me emotional this morning. I really came with a lot of energy today, but you've really made me emotional. But it's good that we're hearing from you. It's always good to hear from the horse's mouth. And yeah, I would like to come back to you, Iradua. This is a question actually someone sent right now. So how do you know a child is on the spectrum? Is it during pregnancy or when the child is born?
All right. So usually you would be able to identify when the child is born. Like I mentioned earlier, you should tell, or you should be able to tell before the child gets to school. So like he mentioned, there are certain things that a normal child would be able to do or be expected to do. We call those things developmental milestones. So we are expecting that by a certain age you can call the child and the child will respond. Or you point to something and the child will follow your finger to that direction. Mostly children on the spectrum don't have those abilities. Like I said, they have deficits in social interaction and communication. So since we started speaking, we've been gesticulating, we've been maintaining eye contact, and we've been nodding. People on the spectrum don't usually have that ability, or they don't understand it when you do it. And so there are gaps primarily in social interaction and communication. So to identify your child, can they respond to their name? Do they maintain eye contact? Are they able to play in a group? Are they able to engage in pretend play? Are they able to speak? Because some autistic children or children on the spectrum are totally nonverbal and don't speak at all. They still find a way to express themselves, but there are certain things that you have to look out for and report to the nearest hospital for proper assessment.
Wow. All right. So, Air Commodore Thomas, so let's get straight into the launch of the new building project. Tell us what the details we need to know about it.
Okay. Thank you very much. The project will be launched on the 2nd of April. April is the Autism Awareness, or if you might, Acceptance Month. But then the 2nd of April is supposed to be the Awareness Day. Now, after the launch, there's going to be a foundation that will be put in place. And the foundation is going to look, among other things, as to the design of the building, when it is to start and all that. But what I can tell you about the project, that this is going to be something special. In that one place where the building is going to be, we are going to have various inside and outside spaces. She talked about the senses. So we are going to have things like sensory integrated gyms, therapy suites, specialized classrooms, the outdoor space, which is so vital because that is when they are out there and they are at one with nature. At times we tend to ignore these ones. Not only that, we are going to have children from all levels, right, from KG2 to SHS3 level. We are going to train caregivers. We are going to train support staff, all in this one place. And so it's going to contribute to the educational inclusive policy, not only of the Ghana Armed Forces, but the Ghana government as well.
Right.
So it is something that is going to be unique. We are working with the Spectrum Academy, based in Salt Lake City, Utah, USA. You know, they are a specialized institution when it comes to this. It's tuition free, and we are going to model ours after this. We're going to learn from them. And so the work has started already. And so when it is done, there are a number of things that we'll glean from them. For example, when it comes to curriculum development, when it comes to staff exchanges, when it comes to training, we are working with them already along these lines. And so before the building project itself takes shape, some of these underground things would have been done before it takes shape.
Right, right. So when is this happening? Obviously, you said a second. Where?
Burma Camp, Burma Hall.
Is it by invite only?
We invite everybody. We invite everybody. From what my dear brother is saying, I'm sure there are a lot of questions that people are asking now. Maybe the limited time that we have here will not afford us the ability to speak so much about it.
Everything.
But then when we come Thursday, so these things are going to be explained to us, and I'm sure that we are going to work with people probably who would not even know they're on the spectrum. Indeed, research tells us that among people on the spectrum, we've had the world leaders, we have billionaires, we have sportsmen of high repute, we have inventors, name them, they're on the spectrum.
So it was actually from that guy's story I realized you can actually be diagnosed even much older, like much older or much later in your life. So I was shocked. I'm like, oh, maybe we all need to take a test.
Including myself.
Well, maybe we all need to take a test. All right, but it's been a great conversation, and so it's going to happen at the Burma Camp.
Burma Hall.
Burma Hall, 2nd of April.
We are supposed to be seated before 11 a.m.
Before 11 a.m.
We are supposed to be seated before 11 a.m.
All right. It was really nice having this conversation with you, and I've learned a lot. And also your story is very touching. And what's your child's name?
Kekeli.
Kekeli. If Kekeli is watching us somehow, Kekeli, we love you. We love you. All of us from Channel 1 TV are sending a big hug to you. We love you so much, and we want you to keep being a good boy. All right? And may God be with you always. And Mommy Kekeli, thank you so much for unlearning and also learning and adjusting to take care of Kekeli. We really appreciate it. And if there are parents like Mr. Senior, right? We want to also send our gratitude to you because you're doing a great job, and keep learning and keep on learning so that the kids will be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about Autism Awareness Month, which starts from April, and the special launch of the Special Needs Center building that's going to be happening on April the 2nd, 2026 at Burma Camp, Burma Hall. You definitely do not want to miss it. If you have any questions about autism, this is the right place for you to be and ask all your questions and get all your answers. Air Commodore Thomas Okai Director General of Policy and General Headquarters at the Ghana Armed Forces, Lieutenant Erajua Kumi Treme, Clinical Health Psychologist, Therapy and Wellness Department, and Peter Shinyo, who actually has a child with autism spectrum disorder, and he actually has shared his story with us. But if you want to donate to the project, please kindly make cash donations to the account on the screen. Bank Service Integrity Savings and Loan. Service Integrity Savings and Loan, that's the bank. And account name is GAF Special Needs School. Account number is what you see on the screen in red, so you can copy it. And the branch, Burma Camp. Let's go through it again. The bank, Service Integrity Savings and Loans. The account name, GAF Special Needs School. And the account number is what you see on the screen, 110010859780. And the branch is Burma Camp. Please support this project because it's going to benefit each and every one of us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a great conversation, but let's take a quick break, and when we come back, the show continues.
Ago.
Meet my lovely family.
We can do that whilst I'm seated and eating.
Let me pray on your food before we eat.
He will be here for days, and I only find out at a family dinner on the day that he arrives.
Morning, family.
Everything in the kitchen is actually gone.
You know, in the UK, I work like a donkey, but here, I eat like a monkey.
My noodles just vanished like a spirit had brunch.
He finished my slightly burnt oil rice.
Half a crate of eggs cannot just poof, disappear.
Good morning, all.
Lisa, have you by any chance gone to the kitchen?
Madam, unless the kitchen won't be my sleep, you are the entire kitchen.
If I die, won't you serve food at my funeral?
Daddy! Heaven save us! My wife.
Thirsty.
Away, Dad! I'm sure he's gone.
Good morning!
I thought you were gone.
The Blanksons premieres on Thursday, April 2nd, 2026 at 7:30 p.m.
The vibe is too much.
In the heart of Africa, where the warmth of our people meets the beauty of our land, there's a pride that soars high. Welcome to South African Airways. At SAA, we're more than an airline. From the golden sands of Cape Town to the thundering Victoria Falls. From the turquoise waters of Mauritius to the pristine beaches of Perth. Let South African Airways take you on a journey you'll never forget. As a proud member of the Star Alliance, the world's largest premier airline network, SAA is dedicated to delivering unparalleled passenger services of the highest standard. South African Airways, proudly South African, where every journey begins with Sawubona. We see you.
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 newsroom from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Frema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Inesafo.
I am Charles Owusukumi.
I am Makosia Otrick.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name.
We hear a Jumura National Apprenticeship Program in Kokon Kete. Well, they are paper.
Yes, go! School of Performing Arts, go! Dance Ensemble, go!
A terrorist attack in Burkina Faso claimed the lives of 8 Ghanaian tomato traders.
Our fire extinguishers, they are empty. In the market, our fire extinguishers are empty.
This appeal Ghanaians have been working for. It was one of our flagship strategies for economic transformation.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Bob, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
Channel 1 Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
We're grateful that you stay with us and join us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. That was an interesting conversation Chris Carter had with the Ghana Armed Forces there on autism. Now we're moving straight into another conversation which has to do with the Gonjaland Youth Association. And there is an anniversary we are going to tell you about. But in the studio, for us to have conversations around the Gonjaland Youth Association is Habibu Muftau. It's called Mufti, Secretary of the Gonjaland Youth Association. And also we have Loratu Musa Saka, who is the Youth Empowerment Committee Chair. Former regional secretary for the Gonjaland Youth Association in the Greater Accra region, and also former president for the National Association of Gonjaland Students at Legon. So they are here for us to have conversations around the Gonjaland Youth Association. Let me start with Loratu. Gonjaland Youth Association, what's it about?
Gonjaland Youth Association. Ideally, you should have started with the secretary, right. Mufti. I'm just here as backup support. Good morning to our viewers. And Mufti should have done some tradition that we call Dankari. It's very important.
Okay, so go on.
I'll leave him to do that, then we can go.
Yeah. So first off, I want to doff my hat and lower myself with full humility in submission to our God on earth, that is the King and Overlord of the Gonja Kingdom. Yebunwura Biknuto Jehu Sole. Jara Medesi. Mechro. Nka Kolkono Bara Kolondaraso. San Kushu.
Wow.
Yes. So basically, you cannot use any platform to discuss matters associated with the kingdom without seeking the blessings of the Overlord.
Oh, wow.
It is appropriate that he gives you the permission to talk about the kingdom. If you don't do that, some sanctions will be applied.
Oh, wow.
And we don't want to...
We're still in the heritage month, so we're learning.
Yeah, so that is what I just did. And it's also appropriate to acknowledge some 5 paramount chiefs.
Okay.
They are in the district that is hosting the 50th anniversary we are here to discuss this morning.
Okay.
Talking about the Tuluweura, the Kosovo, Kosoura. We are talking about the Debrewera. She comes from the Debre area.
Oh, okay.
And then His Excellency the Mankpangora. And then the Vice President of the National House of Chiefs.
Okay.
That is Bipeura, General Paul II.
Okay.
He is the chief of the community that is hosting the 50th anniversary.
Okay.
So appropriately, we need to accord them that respect and greet them. As for the rest of the greetings, I'm sure at the end of the program, we will have the opportunity to do that. Gonjaland Youth Association. In 1973, specifically, this association traces its roots back to an association that was called the Gonja Youth Association.
Okay.
Now, the Gonja Youth Association, some visionary sons and daughters of our land, came together, saw the need to to create a platform that will unite and that will empower and develop our people. And so they saw the need to come up with this association. But some 3 years down the line, they saw the need to modify the association.
Okay.
And at that level, they considered significantly the cosmopolitan nature of our area. I mean, the Gonja Kingdom is a kingdom that has a whole lot of tribes comfortably settled.
Okay.
Some of them will tell you we don't have anywhere to call home. This is our home. This is where we come from. And we all know that areas that are cosmopolitan in nature actually are confronted with a whole lot of issues.
True.
You know, social fragmentations, issues of some, you know, groups being marginalized, issues of dominance, you can name them. And so to dispel all these feuds, for us to develop, this group saw the need to modify the association and then call it the Gonjaland Youth Association.
Okay.
They looked at creating a platform that will harmonize all the subsidiary groups and make everybody feel at home, where we can all register our displeasure and matters will be settled with all the fairness it requires. So that was the level it got to, and they changed the name. And when the name was changed, subscriptions skyrocketed.
Oh, wow.
Yes, trust me, as we speak, we have over 50 branches across the country.
Interesting.
Yes, and we have over 5 branches overseas. And each time we go for our central committee meeting, you know, quarterly, we have this meeting we call the central committee meeting. Each time we attend the central committee meeting, you have people coming to register, new branches, you know, getting registers, and they want to be recognized by the National Executive Committee. So that has been the story. And so briefly, this is what I can tell you about Gonjaland Youth Association. And then, yes, like I said, specifically in 1976, they modified the name and called it the Gonjaland Youth Association.
Wow, so we are about to see the 50th anniversary being celebrated.
Precisely.
But let me ask Laura too briefly, for 50 years, what has been some of the major impacts this particular association has had on its members and the community at large?
So now that Mufti has sought permission, I mean, I can confidently speak now, but even him, I'm sure he'll still be sanctioned because he should have been flat on the floor on his left.
Oh, wow.
That's for men, and on the right for women.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes. So depending on how the person prostrates determines the gender.
Wow.
So now that permission has been sought, he'll be the one to go and answer, not me. Look, we have a very structured traditional system. I mean, like he mentioned, I'm from Debur, and my paramount chief is a counselor. You go to places like Bole, Pembi, Waspi, those are the ones that ascend to Yegbon. So the sons that are sent to Yegbon. So we have a very structured, should I say, governance system within the Gonjaland. Now in recent times, Savannah region, because the whole of Savannah region covers Gonjaland, so it can be used interchangeably. So over the 50 years, it's been a lot of advocacy, a lot of community development, a lot of awareness creation. The Gonjaland, now Savannah, I would say, is a very strategic or strategically positioned region in our country.
Okay.
I mean, until we're separated from the bigger northern region, we used to cover a little over 50%, no, 54%, right? 54% of the landmass of the whole of the northern region then, as it was constituted. And when you also do it on a national level, we cover a little over 16% of the landmass of Ghana. That's even not taking into consideration the other places we've lost due to administrative demarcation. So it's a very strategically placed. But you look at all these assets, there's a traditional authority, there are government institutions. There was need for a rallying point between government and the traditional authority. That's how come the Yegbunra Jera is the life patron of the association. So it was more of bridging the gap between traditional authority and governance systems.
Beautiful.
Chiefs can go out and be the ones insisting on what had to be done. So apart from instituting it as a rallying point to sustain the peace and diversity within the land, there was also need for a voice to champion the development of the area. So fundamentally, that has been what the Gonjaland Youth Association has been involved in the last 50 years.
That's interesting. Now, Mufti, let's talk about the activities that you are going to do to commemorate the 50th anniversary. Take us through. When is it starting? What are the activities that will be done?
Yeah, so basically we will arrive on Thursday. That is the 2nd of April. So from City or Channel 1, we are moving straight to Bupe. So when we arrive on Thursday, usually there are some activities to keep the community active through the night. So we will involve some cultural troops to give us some performances. Many of our people have been staying outside Gonjaland, and so they've missed some cultural performances. So that night, we'll have some number of cultural activities. The next morning, what we do customarily is that when you enter every community, not until you report officially to the authorities of that community, like the traditional authorities, what it means is that you haven't entered the community yet. And so on Friday by 9 a.m., the entire membership of Gonjaland Youth will go to Bupe Rajanapo's palace to officially report to him that we have arrived. The reason we report on Fridays is that on Thursday, as late as 11 to around 12 a.m., people are still, coming. So the entire day is dedicated for arrival. So we do the, we enter the palace on Friday, and then after we have a few activities. We have, we are organizing a local dishes cooking competition.
Oh, nice.
Yes. The Indomies have taken over. So we just want to see whether our women still, have that skill to prepare the indigenous food we all know. And then from there, Bupe is a community.
Is he trying to talk to you? You are talking, talk directly. Don't go corner.
I beg you, don't give me trouble. That's my big sister. So in fact, that is the reason we have to do this, because it appears the young women are really losing the skill when it comes to preparing local dishes. And
what are some of the local dishes that in the Gonjaland?
In Gonjaland, I think Tubani cuts across, but it's part of our indigenous. We have a both too.
What?
So you don't want to hear them.
I want to, because we are just coming back from the back to late food process. I want to learn more.
Saying that they want to be sure the young women can still cook their food. Maybe we should also say if the men still have the taste we also want to test if the men still have the taste for our local food. So one of our staples is what we call kapal.
Kapal.
That's fufu, yam fufu. In Gonja, it's called kapal. We also have kugbama.
Kugbama?
Yes, that's yam porridge.
Yam porridge.
Oh, wow.
They call
yam
what?
Poto.
Wasawasa, tubani. And when it comes to TZ, yes, Tuzafi, but it comes with different soups. You have what we call kufruma, which is kuka, the green soup. There's kontong. Konton is made from the kipok tree. We get it from the kipok tree.
Wow.
Kipok is similar to baobab.
Yes.
What I'm wearing today is called Bipebon Clear. You know, so the kipok tree, from its leaves to its seeds to the roots, are useful. So we have konton, there's a yo-yo, there's rice, dry okro, there's poncheto, right?
Yes.
Alefo. So TZTS, what we call kode. We call it in Gonja kode. But also by virtue of the fact that we also have integrated with other traditions within the north. And what lots of people are not in tune with is Gonjas are Guans.
Wow.
Gonjas are Guans. And you also have other tribes also in there. So there are even variations to all these local foods. So for him saying the women should learn how to cook, we also want to test their taste buds to be sure they are not now in tune with what we call Maggi, Indomie and those things. Check. They still have the appetite for the indigenous foods. And I mean, you realize that most of these foods are cooked generally with the basic traditional spices, not necessarily the processed ones.
Wow.
So it's a celebration of culture and, diversity. You know, so imagine a traditional area or a land or region with its own uniform, with its own food, with its own traditional music.
Wow.
Right. So it's not a call to just come for a congress or a 50th anniversary. It's a call to come and witness authentic culture.
So,
and apart from that, it's also drawing our attention to the fact that the Gonjaland or Savannah region is open for business.
Yeah, true.
When it comes to tourist attractions, I don't think there's any part, any district in Savannah region that you can get a tourist attraction.
Yeah. Wow.
When you take East Gonja, which is the Pembi Salaga area, you have the slave wells, the slave markets. You come to Central Gonja, where I hail from, you have the confluence of the Black and White Volta, which is Lonchera. You have the footprints of Indiwara Japa. You go to, even within the same area, you go to Bipe, where we call Old Bipe. You have the mausoleum, Indiwara Japa's mausoleum. So you come to the Bole Solar area. You have Nyange, where we enskin Yegbonres, and Mankuma, where we bury Yegbonres. Then you come down to Larabanga, the Mystic Stone, the Larabanga Mosque, and we have the largest man-made forest reserve, which is the Mole National Park. It sits right in a Savannah region. Then you go to Wasipe. You go to Wasipe, which is the North Gonja area. Apart from the water, the Volta there, you have rock salt, and you have where the indigenous Mbanyewaje or Banyewaje Gonja cloth, which most people call fugu,
Gonja,
is there. And I always tell people, if you really want proper, authentic northern smoke, if you pass the boya in the savannah,
I actually like what you are wearing.
You won't. And most of them have. I'll make sure he brings it.
I actually like what you are wearing.
I'll make sure he brings it. I was actually accusing him of wearing the nice ones and leaving me.
So you
too.
owe me one.
In fact, he owes you too. You know, so that's what Gonjaland and Savannah.
So tell us, it's from 2nd to 5th, and how people can get in touch if they want to participate. Is it just for people of the association? Final words from you, then we can wrap up with the interview.
No, it's open to everyone. We have friends of Gonjaland, and everyone is coming. And like I said, we will have a host of activities. We'll have quiz, competition. She mentioned where the founder of the kingdom was buried. That is Old Bupe. We will go there as well. Now, let me rush you straight to the day of the Grand Deba.
Yeah, very quick on
yes, the president of this country will be there. He's a member of the association.
Oh, beautiful.
And so he can not afford not to attend. And so he will be coming. And what it means is that many other, appointees will also be trooping in. And because it's a non-political association, we have members from the other side who are also coming to grace the occasion. So if you can't be there on any of these days, if you are a friend and you want to just come around, Sunday is cool. But if you want to enjoy the vibe, just join us from Thursday all the way to Sunday.
Actually, which I was a Gonja. I would have been part of this.
Oh no, you have to come.
I can actually come.
Yes.
Okay.
The place to be from the second
to the
fifth.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
Of the Savannah
Thank you.
region.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's the place to
Thank
be.
you so much, Laura.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much, Mufti, for coming. Make sure that you enjoy yourself.
Didn't mention the MP of the area, Dr. John Abdullah.
He'll be there.
He will be there, but he has supported and we have to acknowledge that.
Okay.
The DC of the
He's
area.
the host.
Okay.
The DC of the area, Honorable Muhammad Husseini.
Okay.
And then the regional minister.
Okay.
Now my president, Mr. Al-Hassan Babadaris, he is already there and he's doing a whole lot with all the executives.
Beautiful. Okay.
The list will go on and
on. And on and on. Thank you so much. So we meet there. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with more on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Stay with us.
Let's go. I'm too spirited, I'm cool tempered. They say my dance is silly, my girls are hips,
All right, welcome back. Right now it's time for us to get into some sports, and we have Gabby Ofe from City Sports.
5-1, dear, how?
Yeah, how, dear, how?
5-1, dear, how? Boss, what's the next line of action? Today, Germany.
Yeah,
what?
so, what?
10-1.
Philip, don't do that. That's the second game that will be taking place today at 6:30 p.m.
Wow.
It's sad. I'm not interested, really.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help. I mean, if a country is preparing for a World Cup and your preparatory games, you're not winning it doesn't help with confidence.
They're making me regret having the jersey.
Is it Atizigi's fault or whose fault?
No, I don't think we should pin the blame on
anybody.
One player.
Exactly.
It's a team.
It's a team.
Football is
exactly.
a team.
Oh, Manchester keeper like,
well, if what's the last line before the keeper? There's a defense.
The
right?
defense.
So if the defense is not working,
the defense was weak.
If the midfield is weak, the defense is
no,
weak.
And the coach there,
no, but even apart from the defense, even the attackers, like, what are you doing to?
Me see, I'm actually saying, I posted on my, I'm really angry with this. I posted on my Facebook wall that the money that we are going to waste on these guys and the money that we are going to waste on the fans,
it's used in the hospitals and schools.
Hospital and schools.
Yes.
I'm a shy, but like it's bad.
At this point, Filippo is just doing
Philip, you cannot be. You have to be unpatriotic. You have to be patriotic.
Philip, I understand your frustration.
5-1. You spelled Ghana, Ghana. We spelled but how? And out of the 5, we got only 1.
I know. I don't think for
it. Go ahead.
It doesn't help, like I said. Look.
Oh God.
I don't know if you remember what I said, that I wasn't too focus on the scoreline. I was looking at performance.
But how was the performance?
The performance itself was not good.
You see, the performance reflects in the scoreline.
Yes, the performance itself. No, you see, the Ghanaian football fan is very discerning, right? If I am watching the football game and I realize that, okay, the players are playing a certain way, there is a pattern. You can see the coach's identity on the team. And then you're going to lose maybe a 3-0 or something. You'd realize that the way people will criticize the team will be way more different if the performance is not good and then the scoreline is a mammoth one.
Okay.
You get a point I'm making.
But
the two we did against Austria is not helping at all. So the team has to redeem itself today against Germany. And it's a difficult test because Germany themselves are 4-time World Cup champions.
Yes, German
they won it in 2014. And they themselves are going through some transition, but their players are playing
actually drawn
very well.
Before, with Ghana.
Yeah. The last time we played them at the World Cup,
it was
Asamoah and the day who scored.
But Gabby, could it be the theft issue that happened there in the camp that may have demoralized their boys to put up that kind of shambolic performance?
Then again, what's the use of the psychologist in the team there? Do we even have one? Yes, we do. Did he do a good job? I don't know. Because on the pitch, you can't tell me that these are professional players. So you can't tell me that, yes, I know that those things will take a toll on the players. But did the psychologists do a good job on the players before they went onto the pitch? I think the coach would have to answer. He's come out to say that he takes all the blame and then the players will respond against Germany today. So we are looking for, because I think that they need to put up a very good shift today. And then when they return in May, we have Mexico to play and then Wales to play in June before the World Cup itself against Panama.
You feel Otuado is worried?
He is.
Of course you have to.
Let me tell you, what I'm picking up from the team camp is that I hear if we lose today, he probably might step down. As the head coach.
Because it looks like people are pointing too many fingers at him.
I mean, if the coach is not good, he has to go.
So today, we're going to have commentary?
Yeah. There'll be live video commentary on 97.3. Yeah.
So it starts at what time?
At 6 p.m. and the game itself is at 6:45. 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yes. Build up 6 p.m. Commentary 6:45.
Please don't spell Gold Coast for us today, because already we've spelled Ghana. Don't spell Gold Coast for us today. My name is Philip Nilati. This has been Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. Gabby, thank you for your time.
And my name is Chris Carter.
Bye-bye.
Ago.